me just talk about basic Python features today. So yeah, I'm not getting into a subject, rather we're just trying to find out some basic features of Python now. Okay, now let us see uh, that, yeah. So what is the basic thing in Python? Why it is popular? Okay, now first and foremost thing is that is easy coding. All right. So what does mean by easy coding? And what does mean by there are something called easy readability. There are two different things. Okay. All right. So what is the meaning of these two? Why actually we used to call it as a Python is having a sometime we used to call it as less syntax performs more operations. Okay. Okay, so it means like less lines of code of Python which performs the huge number of operations in the development. Okay, so the first thing is it's called easy coding. Yeah, I'll tell you a few things, a few situations in this. Okay, first of all, as you come across with the background of some programming, or you may not come across with the previous programming languages, like let's say that we have a C or we have a C++, okay, and we have something like Java or some other programming, correct? So if you come across with that kind of syntaxes, okay, how it is different in Python. Okay, just understanding the basic things. Right, so this is what a simple line of code to print some message called hello world. Okay, so in this case, this is what the earlier programming language, like as we are taking it as a programming of C, this program well prints the message of a programming called hello world, correct? But as we wanted to put the same thing in Python, or we wanted to experiment the same program in Python, how does we write a same line? Okay, how does we write a same line here? Just a matter of, right? Just a matter of, we just need to write something like this. And remember one thing in Python. So here what we have in this, each line ending with a semicolon. It's a mandatory in other languages, right? In other programming languages, it is a mandatory to have a semicolon at the end of each statement, correct? If you are missing a semicolon at the end of the statement, obviously that could be a syntactical error. The first and foremost thing is you don't have this problem in Python. Even you write it or even you doesn't write it, that will be considered as end of statement once you hit on enter. Once you hit on enter, automatically that interpreter of a Python programming will be considered as the line ending. It means your line is completed at that point. Okay, next, this is the libraries, right? This is a library kind of thing, correct? We have a set of libraries for C, we have a set of libraries for C++, and similarly we have for Java or some other languages. Even for Python also we have some set of libraries. So what does it makes more popular? First, what does it makes more popular in Python is this is something called internal library. It means everybody have to use this library, correct? Everybody have to use this library in the programming implementation as the compulsory. Okay, most of the people or developers will use some internal libraries. That is basically compulsory for every part, correct? Am I correct? In that case, what actually we gonna do was this Python programming, right? First pointers, no need of semicolon at the end of this statement. First point. Second thing is Python supports huge set of libraries, right? Can be act as, some of them act as internal libraries. Internal libraries is not required to import it. If it is external library, right? Internal library, it is not required to import it. It means, for example, print is one of the function for an internal library. So for this, you don't require to import this. For example, there is something called external libraries, right? There is something called an external libraries. In that external libraries concept, you have to import that library. You have to import that set of libraries into the programming. This is one of the simplest part of writing a easy code. That is what the reason most of the people will say that Python is having a easy programming or easy coding process. Okay. All right. So hope everybody is clear with this one. Correct. All right. Let me talk about one more feature here. Right. As we are talking about the syntactical part, as we are talking about basic syntactical things. Correct. So when we are talking about basic syntactical things, we have to understand, let's say one more basic syntactical part, as I'm talking about right now. Let's say something like yeah, we are just talking about the syntactical. In this, we'll try to talk about something called data types. All right, let us make sure that we'll try to write a very simple program in, again, in C. Okay, even you doesn't know the you doesn't have a knowledge also, that's fine. Even if you have a knowledge, then that is also be fine. Okay, just trying to make sure that I wanted you to find some differences. I want you to understand some differences, why actually we are learning, where actually this programming is mostly utilized. Okay, yeah, so I'm trying to define a variable called x and just giving a value for something like 1009 for this x. And let me just trying to print this value. This will print the value called, let's say something like 1009. Correct? Am I correct? Okay. Sorry, just a simple interruption. Yeah. Yeah. So at this point, we just have a simple value, and we were just trying to uh, have a value called 1009 will be printed at this point, correct? Am I correct? Now, what happens? For example, I wanted to increase this value, let's say for something like a 8-digit number. I just wanted to increase this to what? 8-digit number here. Now, what happened? This X is having a capability to store this number. Okay, now, yeah, am I correct? For example, let's say I'm increasing to something called 11-digit number. I'm trying to increase it to 11-digit number here. When I'm increasing to 11-digit number, obviously what will happen? This X does not have a capacity to store this value. It means it doesn't have the storage to save this value. Okay, now it doesn't have a storage capacity to save this 11-digit number. Correct, no? So when you doesn't have a storage to save 11-digit number, what will happen in generally? We will just increase it to, or we are just changing this to a long. Now, this is also have a capacity to save at least somewhere around a 16-digit number, then it will save it. Again, if I'm trying to change it to somewhere around this, it will be have chances to change it to double, correct? This is every time you have to go to a program and you just need to change it to something like this, correct? Every time you have to change it. Am I correct? When you're changing every time to this particular value, this doesn't have a storage of double. Okay, so this is doesn't have a value of this, correct? Am I correct? Next, once we have saved this value of double long, we don't have to save this particular storage. Now, every time we have to go to the programming and we have to change the data type associated to that variable, correct? No, we have to change every time to this, correct? Now, when we are just go to a Python programming, we don't have this headache. We'll just consider something like X. Even you have to store some 10-digit number, this will be considered as int. Even you change it to 30-digit number, also it is considered as int. Even you consider this is also be integer. Anything will be considered as here integer. It means like here in the other programming, we have int, we have a long, correct? If it is extended, we have to consider as double long. Correct, no? We'll just consider this as a double long. But as you change this to this one in Python programming, only we have int variable. We don't have to consider some other variable. But here in programming of other programming, we have a float. Float crossed will use a double, correct? But in Python, we have only float. Okay. Now, here we have something like character and then followed by string, correct? But here we have everything will be considered as only a string. Next, sometime we used to represent a boolean in terms of 0 and 1 here. Some programming will have keywords like true and a false also. Right here in the same way in Python also we'll have something like true and a false. Okay, like this we have a different types of ways to represent a data types in Python. Okay, yeah, is that clear? So just I wanted to give you some simple thing, right? And the important thing is where actually it is used, why where we have to use this Python programming. The Python programming will be used mostly into machine learning, AI, and data science. Okay, this is the where we can just use this particular programming as mostly. And in current generation, Python is also be used in web application developments. That is, it is have a separate framework called Django. All right, we have a separate framework for representing a certain kind of web application frameworks, that is Django, and we have a desktop frameworks also. Okay, so we have some different type of uh, uh, packages here which is supports this one, like TK Inter and all. We have etc etc. We'll use it for a desktop developments, and we don't have a mobile framework till now. We mostly use only web, and majority thing is you will be using your Python programming mostly into a data sciences and machine learning, and also AI concept. That is where it is mostly used. Okay, so this is what a simple demo which I wanted to give you for today's session. If you have any questions, you can unmute yourself and you can just speak. If you have any questions regarding the basic why we have to learn, what we have to learn everything, just give me a simple questions, unmute your things, and then you can probably ask your questions. So if you have any questions. All right, so very good evening everybody. So this is an audio test. Just give me an update. Is the audio and the video is clear? Guys, I just wanted to confirm that is the audio and the video is clear. Yeah, hopefully it is clear, I guess. Yeah. So as for the yesterday's session, we have seen some installation process of the Anaconda software, correct? And I asked you to even install that software on your computer also, right? So hopefully everybody is installed. It's still, if you're not installed it, just wanted to install it by the at least today also, because today also we are just starting the session, and you don't have to worry much into that. So even you have another day, I mean to say today, still you can probably you can basically uh, take the installation process. If you're done with it, that's well and good. Okay. So today I'm gonna talk about the software environment. As I told you yesterday also, we were trying to use the software environment as the Anaconda software. Okay, in this Anaconda software, we do have something called Jupyter notebooks. Okay, we have a different kind of we have a different softwares here, right? Like and let's even okay, so we have a several softwares like this. Okay, so I just even I have shown you that software yesterday. Once again, I'm gonna show you today. All right, so let's go to a start window. Okay, let's go to a Anaconda Navigator software, and just I wanted you to select this particular software. Okay, as soon as you select the Anaconda Navigator software, it just takes you a couple of seconds time to make a launch on your system. Okay, it might be a Windows, it might be a Linux, or it can be a Mac. Okay, as the Anaconda software is an open source system or open source software which is ready-madely available for all the operating system. Okay, It doesn't mean that you have only for Windows, or you don't have, you have only for Linux. It's a cross platform software. Okay, it can be worked for Windows, Mac, and the Linux. And as well as this software is the open source. It means that it's a free of cost. You don't have to spend a single rupee on this. Okay. And just giving a couple of seconds time to load this application. As soon as we load it, we will try to launch the Jupyter notebook. Okay. Yeah. So you look at here, we have several software for listed over here. We have several softwares are listed here. Let's say the command prompt, let's say Jupyter Lab. Then you have a Jupyter notebook. Okay. Then you have a PowerShell prompt, and then you have a Qt console. This is the built-in softwares for all of this stuff. Okay. You look at here, it's already installed. You can directly launch it. There is no other question. You can directly launch it on the system. Okay. And you're trying to make sure that there are some other softwares are available here, which you can install it from here itself directly. So you don't need to worry about much about this. You can directly install it from here. Okay. Let's get started with the basic Jupyter notebook launch. Let's say go to this launch option here, right? And then just make sure that it just launch it on your system with the browser-based software. Okay, so your Jupyter Notebook homepage looks like this. It means this is basically what simple operating system file system. It looks like an operating system file, and yeah. So what actually you have to do is you just need to consider this as the what I can call it as the home page for your the Jupyter notebook. Okay, so yeah, in this case of it, okay, in this case, what we can do at this point is, let us we have a several folders here. Okay, we have a several folders over here. From this particular folders, we were trying to create a new folder. Let's see how do we create a new folder from here is, you just click on the new option at this point. Okay, and then you have a several options like the Python notebook 3, and there are some other external files or external things also available like folder, text, and a terminal. Okay, and make sure that I'm trying to selecting this option here, that is something called folder option, where why I'm selecting this option is to a simple to create all right. So it's just a matter of to selecting a new folder, because we have a several folders over here, but I don't want to work with the other set of folders. Rather, I just want to create my own folder over here. Okay, for that reason, okay, for that reason, let's select here first the folder. So as soon as you completed a folder selection, you could find something here, something called untitled folder over here. This is the new folder which you have created just now. So how do you say that it is just now created? You just see that it's just saying that it just created a second's time ago. Okay. Now, in this case, let's select this folder, go to the top. There is something called rename option. When you just select this rename option, it will ask you to give your directory name. Okay, it means to say that untitled folder will be renamed. Okay, so let's say Python underscore Okay, I'm just giving a name as Python evening batch. Okay, let's say reading. So automatically your folder will be renamed here. This is what the folder name we have just created now. Okay, now. Okay, so simple thing. I'm just repeating you once again. What you need to do is, what you just need to do is first open the Anaconda software. Okay, or you can say Anaconda Navigator software. In this, let's select as soon as your navigator is launched on your system. Okay, it just show you a couple of softwares over there. Okay, now let's trying to make sure that launch the Jupyter notebook, right? So once you click on the launch option, this software or this particular Jupyter notebook will be right. It just launched in the browser. It means say it is a browser based software. Okay, right, it's just like a browser based software. Yes, you got the software folder here. That is something called Python evening batch. You just one thing, after launching this particular folder, even you wanted, we have several folder is listed here, but I wanted you to create your own folder. Let's, you can go for a new option and then you say that a folder option. Okay, once you say folder option, then you can probably launch that folder option into a system. As soon as you launch the folder, it will create you untitled folder. From that, you select the folder name and change that. Okay, then click on that particular folder, right? Click on that particular folder, and this folder doesn't have any files right now. It doesn't have any files right now. Let us make sure that we are trying to create a new file of Python. What we are trying to expect is, we were trying to create a new file of Python, and the Python file will be created with the help of, let's say, Python 3. Okay, with the help of something called Python 3, you can probably create a new Python file. Okay, for creating a new Python file, we just wanted to select something called Python 3. Okay, now let's select here Python 3, and a new file will be created as something called untitled file. For you, it will be created untitled. Okay, see here also it will be something called untitled. Let's make sure that change this particular file name to, let's say I'm trying to create with the today's date. Let's say 19/5/2021. Okay, let's say reading. Your new file will be get renamed over here. Okay, now guys, you wanted to do, you want to experiment on your computer. I'm just giving you a 2 minutes time. Okay, make sure that you can create on your computer also along with me, so that if you have any questions, you can just talk right now on this live. We can probably solve that particular errors. So that I'm just giving you 2 minutes, guys. Make sure that you just quickly go through that and create a new Jupyter file for the first time. Okay, so I hope you have done with the that basically creating a file. If you're facing any problem, you just let me know. Okay, so we will try to clear on this particular initial itself. So as soon as you go forward, then it becomes a difficult to understand. Okay, so just give a simple message that you have done. Okay, so then we were trying to go for the next option. All right, so as soon as what I can call it as soon as we have created a new Jupyter file, which is nothing but new Python file. Okay, then let us get started with the Python stuff now. Okay, let us get started working on the Python programming. Before we go for a Python programming, let us make sure that understanding some environment things here, right? Just now we have changed it. That is your file name. Okay, so this is your file name, correct? And this could be your file menu. Okay, this could be your file menu. We have a several file options. Okay, or we can say menu items. Okay, and then followed by we have some shortcuts over here. Okay, let's say this will be suggest for save. This is adding a new cell here. If you wanted to delete the cell, copy that cell, paste up and down, nothing but you want to move the cells to up and down, we have a two arrow symbol. Okay, and then if you wanted to run a cell, okay, we'll have this run option. Okay, and the pass and all the stuff here. Okay, the very important thing which I wanted to share here is you need to understand the basic Jupyter notebook having a two different steps. The one is code and the other one is markdown. There is a two different options are available here. Okay, okay, so all right, so we have two things here. One is a code cell and other one is a markdown cell, right? So whenever you see markdown, how does we represent? When you write a code, how does we represent? First, we'll try to look at markdowns. It means you can just write some a different type of text format representation. Markdowns are basically used as the representation purpose. Whenever you wanted to execute a set of programs on the given concept, before that you wanted to give any header or something. Okay, for that we use in generally markdowns for the given requirement. Okay, let's move into forward. When you say markdown, if you use the hash symbol and let's give a space and just write some text, right? This is one type of hash. Give it two hash symbols and trying to make sure that we'll give some text. Give it three hash symbols and just trying to write some text here. Okay, and okay, this is writing some markdowns. Okay, as soon as your markdowns are finished, for example, you wanted to execute the cell. So when you wanted to execute the cell, simple as that, you have a run option on the top. Okay, just on the menu options, you have a run option. Let's hit on that run option. Okay, then you can see that a cell will be executed and the markdowns will be represented in this text format. If you basically coming from a technical background, if you have some basic idea on HTML, we have a different types of H1 tags. Let's say H1 till H6. Okay, we have a 6 different type of tags, correct? So in the six tags, we have a different fonts over here. Okay, now, so in this different fonts, okay, in the different fonts, we basically use a different type of text, right? Similarly, in this markdown, the same representation is happened in this format. Okay, it means like first, if you have the text will be little bigger size, and then you wanted to have let's say the text in the bold, we in generally use a hash, single hash, like that. We do have a different kind of text with the different formats. Okay, if you just run this, you can probably see the next cell. Okay, like this you can able to run. That's the first option. There are the two shortcuts also, right? The audio is clear now. There is some bit of gap happened due to some power disconnected. So I hope now it is clear, I guess, correct? So I guess you can be able to hear my voice. Okay.
Yes.
Now, so yeah. So thank you so much. Okay. So there would be a two different type of shortcuts to execute the Jupyter cells. It means your Jupyter cells are basically are of two types. Okay. Okay. So one is the code cell and other one is a Jupyter cell. Right. So in generally code cell is contains what in generally a Python code. Right. You can just write a Python code over here, then that basically execute. Right. In this, we can just write markdowns, different types of markdowns. Any kind of markdowns you can just represent. In which the representation of markdowns we can execute. There is a run option first of all. right? If you just look at that, there would be a run option on the shortcut window. Then by using that, we can run it. That's a one option. There could be other option to execute the Jupyter cells will be basically, okay. First one is a shift plus enter. We have to just press at a time, and then we just go for control plus enter. There would be a two shortcuts that are available apart from the menu option. The first one will be a shift plus enter. The other one is control plus enter. That is again a problem. What is this two shortcuts is going to do us, right? In this particular shortcuts of, let's say I'm trying to use right now shift plus enter. So what happened now? Your cell is completed execution and it is pointing to the next cell. Okay, it means, let's say this one. The current cell will be executed and the control points to the next. Right, the control is going to pointing to the next cell. Okay, okay, this is the first option if you are just using shift plus enter option. And if you're trying to use control plus enter option, okay, what happened is it executes the current cell and points the cursor or control to the same cell again. Okay, it means like this. You execute the cell, put the control plus enter option, it just pointing to the same cell again. Okay, now so see that you can see that the control is pointing to the same cell. Okay, so as you wanted to experiment this particular shortcuts as well as this particular markdown, I'm just giving you a 2 minutes time, just trying to evaluate or execute on the machine, and after 2 minutes I will be continuing the session. Okay, so I hope you have done with the basic process, and this is how we can execute the cells. Okay, I'm just repeating again. Okay, so if you have anything, you can just take a screenshot, or you can just save it, or just write it on your any notes or something like that. If you have, then you can just write it down. Okay, what is the basic thing is, first, if you wanted to run any Jupyter cell, you can have a run option on the shortcut menu. It means that this one, you have this option here. Okay, let's say you can just select this option and you can able to run that. That's a first option we can see. Okay, and there could be another option to run this. We have a couple of shortcuts again. The first shortcut will be a shift plus enter, right? It means you can run the current cell and then it is going to point the control to the next cell. That is what a shift plus enter option. And there would be another option called control plus enter. What is this control plus enter option do us? It executes the current cell and that is pointing to the same cell again. It means that the control will be on the same cell. Most of the time, as I'm using something called shift plus enter, it's pointing to the next cell. Okay, this is for a headers. This is for headers. Okay, if you want it based on the requirement, you can just place a different kind of text. Based on that, you can able to run it. That's a first option. There could be other set of things which I wanted to do. For example, I wanted to write a markdown which is like a points, or I just wanted to write some points regarding that. Okay, let's see how do we do that. Okay, let's say you just write hyphen symbol. Let's say write point one. Again, just write a hyphen symbol, write point two. Right, let's say point three. Okay, then you just see the output over here. You just see the output here. The output will be represented in the bulleted text format. Right, it just write like a bulleted format, like bullets points. Okay, for example, I wanted to write in terms of numbers, then you can just use one. Like this is the manual process. All right, previously we have used the hyphen symbol, right? Now you have to use the numbers. Let's 1 2 3 something like this. Now your output will be in the number format. To get this, right, to get this, what you need to do is you need to write the text with hyphen symbol. Okay, now as you write a hyphen symbol and then give a simple space and write a text, the output will be displayed like this. Okay, next, if you wanted to write the text in the number format or points, number points, you just use the numbers. This is a manual thing. All right, that means just you have to use numbers in order, so that output will be displayed like this. This is the first and this is the second option. Okay, now I hope, is it clear? I hope it's clear, right? Just the first one is hyphen, then the second one is numbers. Let me just quickly extending this same thing to next. What is that next is? For example, I wanted to write one more markdown such a way that I have a point related to this. Let's say I want to have a couple of points here. Okay. For this, I wanted to write some sub points. Just give a tab symbol and then again put a hyphen. Then you can just write like this. Then you see that the output format will be looks like this, right? This is the sub points for this. Even you can write a sub points to the second, or even you write a sub points for the third one also, depends. I'm just showing you the way how do we write it. Okay, this is how it looks. And again you have a sub points to that also. Then how do we do that? Is like this. This is the way you can build your nodes will be pretty much easier. See that this is the main points. Okay, this could be the sub points for the first point. Then these are the sub points for the again inner point. These are the sub points for the point number 2. Okay, this is the way you can represent the text in very beautiful format using Jupyter Markdown. Okay, like this we have several things, but I'm just showing you few things over there first. Okay, so I wanted you to just experiment this part, just giving you a 2 minutes time. I'm just, when I say 2 minutes means I won't speak anything, guys. Remember that. When I say 2 minutes means you within the 2 minutes you have to experiment the same thing on your computer, right? Then automatically I will be back after 2 minutes time. It means to say that within the 2 minutes you need to execute the thing on that particular given computer, on your computer or something like that. Okay now, so make sure that just complete this, once as soon as you completed this, just you can just respond to it. Okay, so I hope you have finished this, correct? So then as soon as we have done this, okay, let me execute this. So you probably see the output for this, something like this, okay? The main points will be bullets, okay? Then again a squares, then again you will find a circles here, okay? This is how we basically do it. Now let me just moving forward of the same. Let me just moving forward of the same. Uh, just wanted to go for the next option where we are make sure that we wanted to go for writing some text into the bold format or writing some text into the italic format, okay, something like that. Okay, so for that I'm just writing one more markdown. See that I'm just writing a multiple markdown cells here, like this one, this is second, this is third, and this is fourth, and now this is the fifth markdown, sir. So like all of these markdowns will be under one file itself, okay? So this is again a very important, okay? So as you are learning Python with the markdowns or with the Jupyter is very important fact, okay? So next what I'm trying to do is I wanted to write some text, right? Let's say I'm just wanted to write some text here, and then I wanted to write some more text here, like you can just place some different types of text like this. Okay, in this a certain word or a sentence, okay, a word or a sentence doesn't matter. I wanted to make that word or sentence in the looks in the bold format or italic format. Okay, so how do we do that? It's a pretty simple. I wanted to make this particular thing as the bold. You just use two star symbols at the beginning of this text. This is the text we wanted to write, right? Now, beginning of the text, just place the two star symbols. End of the text, you again place the two more star symbols. Okay, now this will leads to create a text or converts the text into bold format or bold style. Okay, you see the output first. You see that earlier the output is different, a plain text. Now the output is will be in a bolded now. The output is in bold now. Correct? For example, I wanted to place some word or a sentence in the italic format. Let's you just use a single star symbol at the beginning and the end of the text, right? If you wanted to get something called in italic format, you can just place some text into a single star symbol, single, what I can say, what you can exactly call it as the star symbol, okay? Or you can just say * symbol. You can even call it as a *. That's a common word in generally we use, okay? So before the start of the text and end of the text, you can just place something called a * format. Then the text will be in the italic format. You place a text might be both italic at the same time bold. Your text will be looks like this, okay? This is what bold, first one, and this could be italic. This is combination of bold and italic, okay? This would be considered as a bold and italic together, okay? So this is what the next level. right? Again, I'm just giving you a 2 minutes time. Make sure that everybody get it done. Okay, so hopefully you have done with this, correct? So this is for something like creating a text in the bold, italic, and the sometime bold and italic. Okay, you can just write any word or sentence or something like that. Yeah, sometimes you have a lengthy sentence. Okay, in that you just wanted to highlight only one or two words. Okay, for that also you can just use it. That's not be an issue at all. Okay, so let's say you just go to something like this. I'm just writing a text like this. Right. So I just have a text. I just have a word like this. Okay. So yeah, in this particular process, yeah. So I just wanted to like let's say highlight these two words. Okay. Just use this two. Okay. Something like this. Okay. So then we can able to highlight only those two words. Okay, now this is how we can just use this italic format. Okay, so yeah, so some of the good markdowns we have. Evening, all of you. Just wanted to check the audio. Guys, you can just unmute yourself and then you can speak for some time if you have any problem with the audio and video. Okay, so if it doesn't have any problems with the audio, then we're just moving. I guess even video also clear, correct? So let's get started for the today's session. And the today's session we are just talking about the basic introduction to the Python program. Okay. Let's get open the Jupyter notebook. Okay, so I guess you can even you can also open on your computer. Okay, so then let's move it to the folder which we have created yesterday. Okay, and I'm just wanted to create a new Jupyter file. Before we go for a new Jupyter file, let me just quickly give you some the brief about yesterday's session. We have done with some markdown related stuff yesterday. Okay, so in the markdowns, we have been discussing about the something the hashtags. Okay, so which gives you the text into the bold. I mean to say the header related stuff. And then if you wanted to go for the bulleted points, you have to just give hyphen followed by given space, and then you have to write some text over here. Okay. And then you want to go for the numbers, we can just have some number format, and then you can just move it. And then this is what are the points to represents the inner points, or this is the point, this is the thing which we can represents about the point and inner points. Okay. And if you wanted to display some text in the bold or italic or combination of bold and italic, so we can just use these two symbols. Okay. So yeah, so for that we were just using something like two asterisk symbols at the start of the text and the end of the text also we have two asterisk symbols. Okay. So based on this, we can able to represent the text will be in a bold. Okay. And if you are representing with a single asterisk symbol, and that will be represented as the italic format. And similarly, if you are making sure that if you are using a three of it, like three asterisk symbols at the start and the three asterisk symbols at the end, which you might represent the text into a bold and italic. Okay, so that's what we have done for the last class, and then quickly getting start with the today's session. And we were just getting into a today's session of let's make a new Jupyter file here. Let's previously we have created, now let's create a new Jupyter file by using a new, and then we can just select here the Python 3 file. Okay, let's select this Python 3 file. And first of all, let's make a rename of the file. Let's say I'm just making it to changing the file with the today's date. Okay. And in today's class, we are just discussing about the basics of Python here, right? It means let's trying to represent, right? Let's trying to represent something. How do we write a code, and how do we start with inputs, and how do we start with outputs? Okay, all of these things we were trying to talk about in the today's class. Okay. All right, so yeah, so we'll get started with the basic thing here. Like today's class is about all right, basics of Python programming. So in that case, just wanted to display here. First thing is input and output functions. Okay, and then let's even we'll try to discuss So yeah, once we have done with this particular input and outputs functions, we are just moving to work on the data types as well. Okay, then this is all comes under the basics part. Okay, right. The next one we are just talking about uh, the data type conversions also. Okay, I'm not sure that how much part we have finished, but this is what the agenda of today's class. Okay, now let's get started first the first program. Okay, right. First, I'm trying to make sure that let's get started with the right. Let's get started with the first program of Python to print some message. Okay. Okay, first of all, let us make sure that as even I have given you this topic at the start of the class, I mean to say in the demo session, I have just given you a simple program to represent this. So same thing I just wanted to talk about today also. Let's say I just wanted to use C programming for displaying some message. Okay, let's see how do we trying to write over here and how do we write the same thing in Python. That is what we are just looking at. Okay, and what are the changes you need to make and observe. Okay, let us get started with this particular program first of all. Okay, so I mean, if you just have some basic knowledge on the programming, at least, okay, you don't need to be much into the programming. At least you have some basic knowledge. Okay, so yeah, so in that case, at least you could able to see this program. Okay, you could able to understand this program to print a simple message called "Hello World." Correct. So in that case, okay, I'm trying to make sure that I wanted to display the message called this one. Yeah, to display this message, okay, we have just used some 4 or 5 lines of code. Okay, in which you have to identify the this particular line of program, which is represented as the header file. Yeah, or you can in generally you can call this a library. Correct. It means even though this is a basic internal library, this is the method or this is a function is required this library to work on. If you doesn't have this library, this particular function, you cannot able to work. Make sure that you have to work if you have this particular stuff. And remember that each of the statement end will be a semicolon. Each statement is ending with a semicolon symbol. Okay, now that is a mandatory, right? That is a mandatory. That's a mandatory for programming of C or the programming of C++, programming of Java, or any other programming you might refer. Semicolon is a mandatory for end of the statement. Okay, as we are talking about the first feature of the Python, we'll say that easy to code. First feature we used to say this, correct? As a part of this comparative, if you just compare this one with the other languages, right? If you just compare with this with the other languages, how easy code is. The first and foremost thing you can understand here, right? Right. First thing is you no need to have a semicolon at the end of the statement. Okay. Next thing is as we were representing something block, as we are representing something block. When you say something block, block is represented with the curly braces in this programming, right? In Python, in Python, block represents some other way. In easy way, I can say, right? And the next thing is, we have a library here, right? Even though it is internal library, also we have to import it. There is no other option. We have to import it compulsory, correct? These are the some parameters you have to understand from this. And let's, if I'm moving to the same, right? If I'm moving to the same in Python, right? We have a two set of functions here. One is input functions and other one is output functions. What does mean by output functions and what does mean by input functions? Right? What is the meaning of output function? Might be you heard about printf. You might about a cout. You might heard about system.out.println, right? This is all comes under the output functions, guys. This all comes under the output functions. It means it gather the information from the program, right? It depends on the way a programmer wanted to represent, the developer wanted to represent. Based on that, you just need to gather some information and display this to output. That is what the meaning of output function, which end user can able to see that. Okay, let me just say input functions. What is the meaning of this input functions is it takes the input from the end user and supplies to the program. That's called an input function. Input function is what? Just gather, it just trying to read some data from your input. And after reading that input, it just supplies that input to your program. That's called input functions. And the other thing is an output function. When you just say output functions, we just need to gather some information from the program. Means you as a developer, you need to define, or as a programmer, you have to define something in the program to display it. That will be captured with the output functions. Okay. Okay. Now let us make a simple thing to display the first program. So how do we write it? It's pretty simple job. We have a print function. We have just a print function, and let's display some output. We just say that input. Okay. And as we have seen yesterday how to execute the cell, remember that this is right now a code cell. You can execute the code cell and then you can see the output at the bottom of the cell. Okay. Next, I'm trying to write something here. Instead, I'm just writing within a single quotes. Right? See that there is a two things we have displayed here. They are the two things we are trying to write here. Now let us find out. In these two cases, we have used the print function, right? In both the cases, we have used only a print function, correct? Now, I'm not using any semicolon at the end here. Here and here, I'm not using any semicolon. Okay, if I'm not using any semicolon also, it is not giving any error. It's not throwing any error here. It's not throwing any error here. It just semicolon and then that's it. Okay. Now the other fact you have to understand is we have represented some text sometime in single quotes, sometime it is in double quotes. If you look at the same in other programming languages, right? If you just look at the same thing in other programming languages, okay, if you just look at in the other programming languages, what happened in generally is single quotes, this one, single quotes what represents the character, and double quotes represents the group of characters, or you can call it as a string. Correct? You can call it as a single character or a group of character, you can call it as a string. But in Python especially, you need to understand, you need to find both or represents the string concept or string type. Both are represents the string type, even it is single quote or it can be a double quotes. Okay, now in the both the cases it just represents the type what string type. In both the cases it doesn't matter whether you are using a single quotes, whether you are using a double quotes, that absolutely no differences in Python. Okay, both are pointing to the same meaning of a string type. It means the one thing you need to understand here is there is no character format in Python. There is nothing called character format. There is only the format called string in Python. It means you have decreased, out of that you have decreased a 1 point. Previously you have to you just need to pointing to the lengthy. Now you just need to pointing to the single. Correct? That single point is basically a string type. That's it. You don't have to worry about a character type here. If somebody asking you to write a string, place it that in a single quotes. Somebody asking you to write a character, that's also you place it. Because anyhow there is no differences, right? Both are pointing to the same meaning of a string type. Okay, so hope you understand this. Correct? Hope you understand up to this. Just a simple representation of a string and a string related topic. Okay, do you have any questions, guys? You just speak, right? You can make unmute yourself. I'm giving an option for you to unmute. You can unmute anytime whenever you have a question. You can just speak, unmute yourself, and then speak so that I can understand if you have any problems. If it doesn't have a problem, also you just say that yes, everything is fine. Guys, one thing, tell me, are you able to find to speak yourself after unmute your mic? Can you able to unmute your mic or not? At least that can you just tell me? If that is also not, then I cannot say. I don't know. Somebody has to. Okay. All right. So okay. Yeah, you can able to unmute yourself. Yes, correct. Correct. All right. So do you have any questions here? Up to this, we have discussed some basic topic now. If you have any questions, it's you can just tell me if you have any questions regarding that. If not, we are just moving ahead for the next extension. Okay, very good. Thank you. So let's moving to the next. For example, I'm trying to write a two print statements. What is that? I'm trying to represent a two print statements. Okay. First statement is hello. Okay. Now second statement is, let's say, Python programming. There is a two statements we have written. Okay. If you execute that, each print statement is printing the message. This print is printing this message, and the other print statement is printing the second message. Correct? Yeah. So basically, it's each print statement is doing that option. Correct? Now, what is my intention here is, let us make sure that I wanted to print these two print statements output in a single line. Okay. What is that? Both the print statements output wanted to nothing but simple as that. You wanted to concatenate the outputs, I mean to say strings. Okay. For that, we just wanted to check here, right? How do we concatenate? How do we concatenate the strings in Python? Okay. Hmm? Okay, now. So let me just do this. Okay. Print. First, you represent one message. Okay. Then end is the parameter. Second parameter for end is the second parameter for this. Okay. In this second parameter, okay, in the second parameter, just give empty and just write a second statement here. Then you see the output. Previously, the output is displayed on these two lines. It means, might you understand this? Okay, what happened earlier is, if I wanted to print, okay, if you just look at this programming, okay, for example, let's say I'm just writing one more print statement. Assume that, okay, so text, right? I'm just writing a test. What is the output is displayed here? It's pretty simple. The output of this particular application or simple program is right. Then it will display the output on the same line. If you just believe it or not, the output will be like this. Okay, now if you are displaying the output like this, correct? But as I'm writing a two print statements in Python, right? What I'm trying to do is I'm writing a two print statements in Python, but still the output is two different things. It means each print statement of Python, right? Each print statement of Python is same as, let's say this, printf of next line. You might see the escape sequence like this, correct? Escape sequence in the sense that once it is evaluated, that's a predefined message will be displayed. Okay, predefined work will be assigned to it. Okay, similarly, as you're writing a print statement, end of the statement, it is automatically moving to the next. Okay, but I wanted to write these two things in the same line. In this case, there is a second parameter for a print statement, that is end. If you just give a space here by using the single quotes or double quotes, doesn't matter, right? Because both are pointing to the same string type. So your output will be displayed in the same line. Okay, this is the first case. There are two strings in Python. Let's say in the same print, I wanted to use a single print statement, but I wanted to display the two outputs, for example, if that is the case. So what I can do is, first I'll do this. Just use the comma operator. Just use what? A comma operator. Here, in generally, the way you have used the plus symbol in earlier programming, here this comma symbol will be work as concatenation. This comma symbol work as the concatenated symbol. It means, what is the meaning of concatenation? If you supply the two strings, if you supply the two strings as an input, okay, now if you supply the two strings as an input, it just combines the two strings and just prints the output in a single string. Okay, now this is the a couple of things which you have to understand. Okay, is that clear? Right, so still do you have any questions regarding up to this? Okay, do you have any questions here? If not, we're just moving ahead for the next one. Okay, so this is all about some basic print statement. This is all about some basic print statement. Okay, it means if you are trying to use this print statement, not only this, okay, if you are just writing something in the programming and that wanted to display the output, you wanted to display that output, then we can probably use that. Okay, uh, the next case is, this is all about the output functions. Now let us moving to forward to a input functions. Let's move forward to a input functions. What does the input functions do? How does we can work with the input functions? Output function is only one, especially up to this. Okay, we have only one output function here, that is a print function. Okay, it is the print function. Similarly, as you can just uh, find out for the second one, that is the input functions. In the input function section, we have something called input pay. Okay, it means you have to read something from the input screen or user perspective, and just you have to supply that input to the program. Correct? So in that case, how do we represent it? Okay, now next thing is, we have to also need to understand some basic comment statements in Python. If you wanted to write a single comment line, we'll just use this. Okay, so in the future, as we are using this, we'll just use the single comment line, a hash symbol, as it is a code. Remember that it is, if it is a code, a Python code, a single hash symbol represents as a single comment line. If you are changing to markdown, that will be a different, guys, right? Markdown is different. Single code will be a fine of this. Okay. Now, now moving forward, understand the input functions. How does we can do it? Before we go for input functions, let's first figure out the data types. Once we figure out the data types, then we will go to input functions. What kind of data types are exist in Python especially? Okay. In Python, when you say data types, we have a couple of data types here: int, float, string, and boolean. You have only this four types of data types are available. You have only this four types of data. One is int, second is float, third is string, and the fourth is boolean. Why not the other data types? That's also be a question here. Most of the people have this question. Let's say if you're just looking at the other programming languages, right? We have something like this, right? We have something like first we have a int, then we have a Guys, can you hear me? Guys, can you hear me? Can you please respond? Guys, can you hear me? Okay, good. So let's before we actually, yes, we are at this point, right? So why not we are talking, yeah, we are just talking about this, right? We're just talking about why only this data types, why not the other, okay? So we have something like other data types also, right? Like int, long, sometime double long, that's fine, okay? So sometime a float, sometime double, sometime character, sometime a string, sometime a boolean, or might be some people will represent it as some other languages will be represented as 1,0 or something like that, correct? Right, we have already clarified this, correct? In the Python we are not gonna represent anything with the character format. We're not represent anything with the character format. Everything in Python will be represented as only string. It's only represented as a string. It cannot be represented as the integer, character. I'm sorry. Now, the other case, what actually we were looking at is, let's say, int and float. Okay, right. So at this point, integer and long and float and double. Why not? It is presented here. Okay. Now let us moving to the other programming first. Okay. Let's represent some x value is, let's say, something like this. Okay. So this is capable of saving the value. It is 4-digit number. We can even print this number with this, correct? Okay. Now let us make sure that extend this number. Do you have any idea? Is it stores this lengthy number? Do you have any idea that is it stores this lengthy number? Yeah, is it stores that lengthy number, or do we find any problem with this? Do we find any problems here? Yes, you have to. You might know that, right? If you are just coming from a basic programming background, you will know that, right? Obviously, this is the place where 101% I'm telling you, you cannot able to store this value, correct? What actually the people developers do is they will extend this to long. At this point, you can add some more numbers also fine, correct? Even this number also is not sufficient sometime for this. Then people will look at double long, right? People will look at this double long number, correct? Now in Python, why all of this stuff is not present is very simple. Very simple. Okay, let's make sure that take one number. Let's say we don't represent a data type. First of all, we don't have any headache that it has integer, it is the long or it is double, you don't need to represent it. Write a variable name. This is X is represented as a variable name, and just give some value to it. Let's give only 4-digit or 5-digit number. Just initially just give only 4 or 5-digit number. And then you're trying to print the type of the X, right? You're trying to print the type of the X. What is this X is represent? Type is one of the method in Python, will represent you what type of method it is, right? Right? What type of method it is representing. Okay. So in this case, it is representing a type of integer, correct? Similarly, just make sure that extend it. Even you try to print, just print X will print you the number. And anyhow, we are trying to do the concatenation and just printing the value of it. At this point, you just look at here, it is printing the same output, right? But you look at the output is displayed. And if you just look at this, it is again representing a type of integer only. It means you don't have any type of long here in Python. We don't have any type representation for long. It is only the representation for integer. Similarly, let's try to define this. This is representing float. Similarly, I'm writing some number, which is let's say this particular extension. After dot, I'm writing some very lengthy number here. It is also represents what type of float only. Okay. Okay, now it is representing a type of float. Similarly, I'm writing a string, a single quote string, as just we have discussed it. This is also represents the single character as a string. Single double quote string. This is also represent. Just observe here all of the different test cases I'm writing here. All of the different test cases I'm writing. In all the different test cases, you have type is a string. Single quote, single character, double quote, single character. Both are meaning of same string type. Okay, now single double quotes group of characters, double quote group of characters is representing a meaning of string. Again a group of string. See that you just observe this 4 carefully. I'll just give you a 2 minutes time. Just observe this 4 carefully. Okay, so yeah, so this is what about the data types. We have a little more extension to this. So as okay, so we'll try to look at this. I just wanted you to practice this examples. Okay, so then tomorrow I can go little more further. Okay, so I cannot once if you not practice this stuff, I cannot. I mean, I could not able to deliver tomorrow's session. Okay, make sure that I want everybody to go to it and just practice the stuff, practice the examples, right? Get it done. Do you have any questions? You can just have anytime. We can solve your doubts and all. Okay. Right. So any questions about today's session or any problems you have faced in today's session? So all good. If you are everything is good, I'm just trying to end up the session for today, and make sure that tomorrow we are meeting at the same time. Okay. All right. So have a nice day. We'll see you tomorrow. So just wanted to check the audio connection. Guys, can you please check the audio connection and video is clear? Guys, is that audio and video is clear? Guys, can you please check the audio connection? Can you please respond? At least you just type something or do something, right? So I could able to understand whether you are able to uh, hear and see the video or not. That is what I'm just looking at. Okay, so yeah, hope I mean just wanted to check once again. If you have any problem, you just let me know. Okay, so then yeah, it's okay. Well, I'm gonna get starts with the session now. Okay, so yeah, so when we are just right, so we'll just get starts with the yesterday's session. We'll just continue from that. Okay, so as we are talking about yesterday some data types and all, correct? Yeah, let's say uh, at this point we have just stopped. Okay, let's we are just moving ahead to complete this stuff. Okay, uh, first of all, let's say even you just store a number which is of 4 digits or a 5 digits, or even you store a 20 digits, or even you trying to store a 30-digit number also. In this Python programming, we don't have the other data types. Okay, we have a standard data types for Python is we have something like int, a float, a string, and boolean. We have only these 4 standard data types in Python. Okay, anything a number format will be comes under integer. Any number format will be comes under integer. You trying to say you just take a 5-digit number or a 10-digit number or 30-digit number, doesn't matter. So everything will be just considered as the integer only. So when you just take a float is something which a decimal point. Okay, so even you take a decimal point of 4 digits, or you might take something lengthy number, but in this Python programming we don't have a double, rather we used to represent everything with the a float. Now, just before that, we used to discuss about the string, right? A string means even a single character, even a group of characters in Python will be represented as a string, will be representing as a string. And then the last one is a Boolean. Okay, so this Boolean, some programming will be represented in different ways. Okay, but especially for Python programming, this will be represented in two different keywords. Okay, that is true and false. We used to represent that in terms of these two. Okay, yeah, that is what we have done for the last session. I hope you have gone through them. Okay, now just trying to create a new Jupyter notebook file, and just giving a today's date for this Jupyter notebook. Okay, so in this session we were about to discuss something like this one. We'll try to discuss something called data type conversions. It means we already know the data types in the earlier session, like we have int, float, string, and Boolean. Now, in this case, we wanted to represent, or what does mean by a data type conversion first? Okay, convert the data from one data type to another data type. That is called a data type conversions. Okay, data type conversion in the other languages will be a little difficult to do it, or I can say it's a pretty complex part. I can say it's a little complex part of it. But in Python, data type conversion can have in couple of ways. One is int, a method. This is all the functions of Python programming. Okay, right? We can just have these four methods over here. Let's say int, a float, string, and a Boolean. These four are different data types, or data type conversion functions are available in Python, right? And what each function does, it will convert this particular function will convert the given input to integer format. Similarly, and the second one is this will convert the given input to a float format. Okay, and the next one is string. Okay, what it does, this converts the given input to the string type or string format. Okay, and then a Boolean, this could be converts right, it will convert to the Boolean format. So let us make a simple examples to work on this stuff. Okay, just a second. Okay, so let us, yeah, so give me 1 minute. Trying. Okay, sorry. I'm just getting continuation calls regarding that. No problem. Okay. Yeah. So we will just go to the implementation of all these functions one after the other one using some input format. Okay. Now let's say first of all I wanted to write a string, right? Let's say string is enclosed with a numbers, right? As you already know that if something is enclosed with the single quotes or a double quotes in Python will be represented as a string. Even you can see that, right? You can just print yes, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, but as it is looking like a number, but it is not a number, you're trying to print the type of it, which will be representing type of a string. Okay, see that it is representing, even though it is integer, even though it is a number format, but as you look at here, it is enclosed within a single quotes, or it might be a double quotes, doesn't matter. In both the cases, as it is representing a type of a string only, right? I'm just representing a type str. Okay, now I cannot do, let's say, for example, I wanted to multiply this 1, 2, 3, 4 with some other. Okay, let's do this. Let's do a simple task here, right? I wanted to add s is equals to s plus 100, and I wanted to print s. Is it possible or not? That's what the question is. What we are trying to do is we will have a number, but it's a number is enclosed with a within a single quotes. We were adding some value 100 to it. When we are adding a value 100 to it, let's see what will happen. Let's see what will happen. Right. See that actually it is expecting some concatenation, but it is not able to add it. Right. Am I correct? It is not trying to add two numbers. This particular statement is have an error now. What is that? As this plus symbol is expecting some concatenation, some part, right? See that concatenation, right? But it is not trying to able to add the number 100 to that. So what we have to do is, let me just take a same thing into our next set. Okay. Now I wanted to add this. Before what I'm adding is, let's convert integer variable, or let's say I underscore value, integer value is equals to, I can convert, I wanted to convert this 1, 2, 3, 4 in terms of integer of s. Now let me print I underscore value. You cannot see any differences here, right? You don't find any differences. You don't find any differences. 1, 2, 3, 4 will be the output here also. When you say 1, 2, 3, 4 as the output for this, previously I could not able to add some 100 to this, correct? Let's say 100 to this. I'm trying to print it, the value of I. This right now, previously there was an error when I'm trying to do the same statement with the help of s. But as I'm trying to do this statement, right, second line, what happened is, as soon as when you trying to convert from integer to the string or integer, what I can say, right? I'm trying to do this. Okay, so as when we are trying to do this, right, automatically what happened is the value is get converted into integer and it is storing in this one. Now even you try to display the type of it, even you try to display the value of it, even it is integer and it is representing a class of integer. Now this is representing a class of integer because as we have converted that into integer, and this will be act as a right now integer variable. Okay, right, hopefully is it clear now? Guys, is it clear now? Next step of it, this one tragedy input ABCD, I wanted to convert that into integer value. This is also right. Now I wanted to print this. I wanted to print this. Is it possible to convert it? This is an integer. Earlier it used to convert it, right? Most of the people will ask this question very frequently, very common question. Everybody, most of the people used to ask me, sir, I'll take a string as ABCD. Now I wanted to convert ABCD to 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, is it just a simple thing you can understand? And you see that error also very easy way to understand this error right now. What is that? Invalid literal for int with a base 10. It means what is a base 10 consist of? Only decimal numbers will consist of a base 10. Correct? Only base 10 will have only integer. It's only consists for a decimal numbers. But as it is a decimal number which is enclosed ABCD, no. Correct? So in that case, you never have a possibility to convert the given thing into a integer format. Please do remember this. Okay, just I wanted to look at these three cells, everybody. I'm just giving you 2 minutes time. Make sure that everybody please try to look at these three cells. Okay, so hopefully you understood this, correct? So this is not possible to convert it, but this will be the possible way to convert the integer. Similarly, let's make sure that we are trying to add some more cells. Okay, and at this point we were just trying to convert into a different formats. Okay, right? Let's say first I have a number. Okay, so let's try to print it, and this is a type which is basically a string. Okay, and then convert that into integer value. Right, so how do we do that? I can just use here as I underscore value. All of this is the variable names. Okay, you can just use any variable names as what you required or whatever you want. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's say I underscore value. Let's say type will be I underscore value. Okay, and similarly, if I wanted to convert that into a float, right, we have a function called float and expecting some value as an input for this. That's I'm passing the integer value for this. Okay, so I'm just passing an integer value. Now let's observe the output now. Let's observe the output. The first we have a string, correct? And that string is converted into integer with the help of int function. That's first one. You see that second line, we have seen the output for a int right now. Similarly, as we have used the float function here, right? As we have used the float function here, when we are using this float function, the converted output will be a float. Okay, the converted output will be what? A float. So that you see that the conversion has been taken place into three different formats. Okay. Similarly, you just trying to look at this option and trying to say true. Okay, this true, in this obviously t supposed to be capital case as it is a case sensitive programming language. Okay, so you wanted to convert that into a boolean. We have a bool function and input will be s. Right, so it just converts the given input format. We have used the bool function here. With this bool function, we have converted that into a boolean format. Remember that whenever you use these two things like a keywords, make sure that true and false f, this both are supposed to be uppercase characters always. This and this should be uppercase characters always, right? Whenever you have these two identified uppercase, then only it will take it as a boolean. Otherwise, it won't take it as a boolean. Okay, max must and should. In this true, first t is supposed to be capital case. In f, a false, f supposed to be a capital case. Okay, right? If you're trying to do the same with a small case t, now let's understand whether it is able to do it. Correct? It is just converting automatically into uppercase, even though the given input is a lowercase. That's a string, right? And when I'm using the bool keyword, automatically it is converted into an uppercase. Okay, that a t supposed to be in uppercase here, right? Even though if it is a false, it will convert that into a false if you are just use this particular topic, right? Like this, we have a several things, right? We have just several things is included here, right? I just want you to observe these three cells, 9, So you have, I guess you have clear with this stuff, correct? So these are the couple of data type conversions, especially for Python programming. So you have, according to the requirement, we do this four conversions happened, like int, float, string, bool. Okay. Yeah, these are the four different type of functions that are available, and these functions will convert into a specific format based on the input. Now, we just need to understand the input functions in Python. We need to understand something called input functions. For example, we have just given an input within the program till now, correct? If it is like s is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, or some other value we have, all of them we have just given within the program, okay? But I just wanted to do the same thing dynamically. And dynamically in the sense, it needs to read the value from the input perspective, or it needs to read the value from user, okay? So in that case, we have a Python 3, especially Python 3 having input function, right? Input function is used to read the input or reads a value from the console screen, right? We have a Python 3. It means the any version of Python, any higher end version of Python like 3.2, 3.3 or 3.6, whatever you might look at, all of that having a function called input, right? This input function takes the I mean, or you can say in generally other way, you can say that it reads the value from the input screen. Okay, let's say this, enter a value, we can just read the value with the input. Okay, let's say something like input value, or let's say I, something like that. You just use input function to read it, and then print, let's say I'm trying to give a value called 152. It just giving a value called output as 152, correct? What happened now? This input function is a reading of something value and that's printing it. Okay, otherwise something like this. The same program, we are writing a print statement here. Even without writing this print statement, I wanted to read a name. Let's say name is equals to how I'm writing the previous cell, just replacing this to new. Let's say enter your name. Okay, let's something like enter your name. Just what we have done is we have not using this statement. Rather, whatever we wanted to display here and just passing that input to the input function, and just trying to print the value of it. Let's say your name is, just say that a variable called name. Let's say I'm giving my name, and so that just displaying the value called output of it. Correct? Now, the majority of people have a question here. How does this input type represents? What the input type represents? Is it represent int or float or string or a boolean? For that reason, I'm just copying the same cell again. Let's display the type also, right? The type is what type it is representing. To display the type, we are using a type function and displaying the name of it. I'm entering the name within the input box, right? I'm trying to give the output in terms of a string. It means what happened at this point you have to understand is even not only this, okay? Let me write the same program here. Enter a number value. Enter a number we are talking, correct? After we read a number, let's even your input trying to type it, right? The type is, okay, just make sure that try to understand this type here, I. What is this type is representing? Let's say 155 I'm giving. It is again representing a what? String. You just concentrate here, the highlighting part of on my screen. Even I'm trying to read a value, which is the string, as I'm expecting a string here, right? I'm expecting here what? A string. But enter a number in the sense it is I'm expecting some value is in terms of a integer. But what happened in this two cases, 16th and 17th cell? What happened in these two cells is these two functions of input, these two functions of input reads any value in terms of a string only. It is going to read any value, either it might be an integer, either it is a string or something else, doesn't matter. Whatever the type you are expecting, doesn't matter. Everything will be reads in terms of a string, correct? Then if you wanted to do any other things, expectation after that, okay, input function will read any input in terms of a string format. For example, if you need the data is in another format, you just need to use a type conversion functions. We just need to use what? A type conversion functions. If you use a type conversion functions, we can able to convert the any format into integer. Let's first of all everybody observe this cells. I don't know whether you're practicing or not, but it is a, I'm telling you one best thing I'm telling you. Even when you do practice, when this particular sessions are going, the hands-on experience will give you a better experience or better way of programming. Okay, so yeah, so that's one thing. Okay, that keeps that in mind. So trying to do some good practice. Okay, I'm just giving you 2 minutes to observe the cells. I don't know whether if you're practicing, that's fine. If you're not practicing, let's at least observe the cells. Okay, so yeah, so I hope you have got the clear idea about this, correct? Okay, right. So, very good evening to all. Just wanted to wait for us some more time because basically other people are here to join. So we'll just wait for another couple of minutes to let other people also join. So then we just get starts with the today's session. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for you to start the. I'm just waiting for you to join. Okay, so you joined and you went to the offline mode. Uh, so that's the reason I didn't started the session. Okay, so please make sure that from next time onwards, just see that the you just join on the given time. That would be easy for even you and me to without wasting a time. Okay. All right. So yeah. So we will make sure that we'll get start the session with the today's aspect. Okay. Uh, yeah. So what we're gonna do is actually last class we have started some the basic syntaxes of Python programming, and also we have seen some conversions also. Correct. So then just looking forward after that is we will try to look at some little more extension to that. Okay. Yeah. So just quickly. Right. So I hope you have installed your Jupyter notebook on your system. All right. So yeah, this is my I'm just giving you this installation on the day one itself. Okay, you just have a problem, you just go to the first day recording, and then you could able to see how to install the software and all. Okay, so yeah, so make sure that he make it possible to install. So that could be an easy way to make to understand, and once again I can tell you it just like easy for you to follow the sessions also. Okay. Let me just go to the yesterday's. Okay, the last day, I mean Friday. Let's quickly jump into it and just complete that, and then we are moving to the next option. Okay. So the last class, just quickly revise the things. Okay. The first thing is we have just started the data types concept. Like in data types, we have seen a couple of data types, right? In Python, especially, we have four different type of data types are present, like int, and then followed by a float, then followed by string, and then followed by a boolean. These are the only four data types are present in Python programming. Okay, and as when you look at the different data types, okay, as we look at the different data types, and even we have explained you why the other data types are not present. Okay, and then we have a conversion functions here, like the conversions functions like int, float, str, and then just we are looking at a boolean, four different data types, and then we have seen some of the examples of that. Correct. Right, hopefully you have understood this topic, and you remember one thing, the data type conversion in Python is pretty much easier compared to the other programming languages. Okay, so you required a lengthy perspective in the other programming to work on the data types or data types conversion process. But in Python, we just have a very simple thing. Okay, in Python, we have a very simple thing. We just have a couple of things to be work on, and then easier for you to do the some conversions topic. Okay, and then we have seen some input function also, right? So if you wanted to check any, if you wanted to read any input from Python programming, or if you wanted to read any random value for Python programming, especially for this topic. Okay, so in this topic we are just trying to make sure that we were getting some value. Okay, we're just getting some value, and that value is supposed to be read in terms of a string in generally, so that we can able to convert that into integer. Again, we just use a same functionality as what we have used in the top. There is no much differences over here. So the differences is something which you just need to identify how a certain function is calling in Python. Okay, and then the conversion, how we do need to do the conversion. We have I was showing you in the last example couple of ways to convert it. Correct. So see that here, yeah, we have not seen the conversions, right? All right. Okay. Okay. No problem. Yeah, we have just seen how to read a input. That's it. We have seen. Okay, I'm sorry I didn't gone through the this one. The whenever we have read a input, how do we do the conversions and all? That's we have to. That's we have a pending option. Okay. Yeah. Let's quickly go through that concept. The way to convert the especially if you read terms of input. Okay. If you just look at the last cell in the given program on the screen. So in the last cell, we have wanted to read a certain integer value. We wanted to read a certain integer value. Okay, when we are reading an integer value, and basically the Python compiler or interpreter, you can say, is reading in terms of a str. It means that at the class it represents the string. Okay, now it is our responsibility. If input is in a string format, we have to do the conversion and then converting that into a specific format which we wanted in our program. Okay, so for that reason, let's see how do we do that. Okay, so we'll just create a new Jupyter file right now with the today's date. So I'm just changing the Jupyter file. Okay, and let us will make sure that we'll use a type conversion functions to input or input function, I can say. Okay, so let's see. First of all, I just wanted to read a number. By using an input, we'll just read this, correct? And then you just try to print it. Let's say and then we are just putting a n. Okay, so if we just look at this n 155, it just gives 155. Here there is no problem. Okay, but the problem is here, the type of the entered value. So what is the type of this entered value is, you can just use a function called type, and then we're trying to give an input as n, and let's look at here, it just reads the value and it is right now in terms of a str. It means it is representing a class of a string. Now we have to convert this string into a certain integer format, because our program wanted to let's say I wanted to do some mathematical calculations on my program. Okay, whenever if I wanted to do some mathematical conversions on my program, make sure that whatever the input you are reading, it's supposed to be in a other in mathematical format. And I mean, say integer you're expecting, it's supposed to be an integer. If you're expecting some value to be a float format, it's supposed to be in a float related stuff, correct? So now as the first aspect which I wanted to do right now is converting that into integer format first of all. So first of all, I'll tell you a traditional way to do it. Then we'll go to the other way to do it. Okay. So now let me read an input here. Okay. Enter a value or a number, I can say. Now after reading the number, I just wanted to convert that into an integer. I wanted to store in the same variable again without wasting any memory. I mean, I don't want to store in the other variable. Right. Enter number is basically n, and then we are just trying to find out the type of entered number or a value, either doesn't matter. Okay, we'll just look at n here, 155. Let's say it is converted into a integer, correct? Because we are trying to make sure that whatever the input we are expecting, that input we have converted into right now is integer format, because we have just used the int converted function for the input what we are expecting is. Okay, now hope you are clear with this. So after you are clear with this, Now let's say there would be some lengthy syntaxes as expected in your program. So taking a reading a value and then again converting into a certain integer again or printing it. It just takes you one or two sentences or one or two statements in your program. Okay. When you just taking that input or when you're trying to do that input, okay. Now we can just say that what I can do is instead of doing this lengthy process, what I can do is it's pretty simple. I just wanted to take a input and converting at the beginning or at the time of reading itself. We can just use like this. Okay. And then you directly read a value here or directly print a value. So let's say just trying to print a value of n, and even you see that type also, because we have just used the type conversion function here, right? Okay, we can just use type of n, which representing a type right now is integer. You don't find any difference between a third cell and fourth cell, right? The only difference where we have to check it in this cells is here we have used the line extra, but here we have done everything in the single line. We are just trying to do that everything in a single line so that you don't find a much differences between the third cell and the fourth cell. Okay, so I just want you to observe these two cells for a 2 minutes time, and then we will just get back to the next one. All right, so hope you have cleared this two cells, right? And similarly, if you wanted to have some input, is supposed to be in a float value, okay, or some value you wanted to be in string, doesn't matter, okay, you just use the input function directly. So one thing I'll tell you, the basic thing is, even you don't write this enter a number statement also, that would be a fine option, okay. So I'm just trying to do the same and just removing this statement here, right? I don't want it to do this, okay. Let's, even this one is also be fine, okay, even this one is also be fine here. Right. So even if it doesn't do that also, that could be a fine, because it doesn't require to give, or it doesn't require to add a statement to read some value. Okay. It just like handling some input and just crossing that input and passing that value to it. Okay. I hope you have cleared this too, correct? So if similarly, if you wanted to go for some like a float, you have to do the float function here. Or if you wanted to go for something like a string, so no need of conversion, because itself is a reading of a string format, so it doesn't require to read, or doesn't require to convert that into a string format. Okay. So then immediate after this, we will try to look at some basic supporting operators for the Python programming. We just wanted to check some supporting operators for the let's say the Python programming. Is the first one is the for mathematical operations, we have arithmetic operators here. So let's say we have to just use something like plus, minus, across, division, modular division. In Python we have a two more extra, what is double division, and then we have a double cross. Right. So what is this particular thing is gonna do us? We have a several operators here, right? So all these operators is basically, so all these basic operators is arithmetic. Up to this you have already seen in the other programming languages, correct? The only two new things which you have to identify is these two. Okay, even okay, that's okay. Even if you know that also, that would be a fine of it. Even you doesn't know it also, we'll try to look at with a simple example here. Okay, I'm just taking a value of a is 10, and I just wanted to go for the value of b is equals to 3, right? Let's if you're trying to go for the all the arithmetic operators, I just wanted to look at all the things in single statement. Okay, let's say a plus b is equals to, so we just wanted to say a plus b here. So I guess we have no need to see the output for this, right? So then say that a minus b is basically equals to, so we just write a minus b. Okay, and then if you wanted to go for a cross, and then we are just looking at a divisible by b is equals to, we can just say a divisible by b. And similarly, as we are looking at two more things. Okay, first we have to just look at here. Up to this you might already know about this. We are just writing a divisible by b. When you write a divisible by b, you're getting an output, and the output is in the terms of a float. The output is a float value if you are using a single division in Python, right? Basically, if you're trying to use this, if I'm trying to use this, let's say a modular division of b, this is again different, guys. So this is, let's say, a modular division by b, which basically gives you the output. You already know that is a remainder value, right? So you see that the remainder value of a modular division by b is always a 1 here. But the a divisible by b, in generally you used to get some other value in the other programming. But in Python, you're getting the output, but the output is not in the expected format. For this, I'm just adding a two more operators at the end for this. Let's say print A. I'm trying to use a double division by B for an operator. We just wanted to check what is the output for it. See that the output will be the same as like single division symbol. The output is same for double division also. Okay, but the only difference is this will be gives the output in terms of a float, and this gives the output in terms of integer. There is a two differences. Okay, the output of a both are same, both are will give you the output is coefficient only, but the output will give you the coefficient only. But the only thing which we have to identify is double division will give you something called coefficients in terms of coefficient in terms of integer format. A double cross B is equals to A double cross B, which is something like we wanted to check for 10 power 3 here. Double cross will be something like A power B, A to the power B. It means 10 to the power 3. So what is a 10 to the power 3 is going to do? 10 to the power 3 is something like 1,000. So that you just look at the output, will basically gives the output called 1,000. The only two new operators you have to identify, especially for Python programming, is the last two. Okay, which is a very other operators are the common for the other programming. Just the only new things you have to identify, the last two. Okay, so just quickly look at this program and just confirm me once you have. Okay, so otherwise I'll just give you a 2 minutes time. Okay, just quickly observe this. I don't know whether you're practicing or not, but just giving you 2 minutes to just look at the observer in the particular program. So hope you have clear with this basic first operators, right? Let me just take to the next operators. That is the assignment operator. I guess we don't require much discussion on this, right? We have only one operator here, that is the equals to operator. So you don't require much explanation on this. Okay. Next one is arithmetic, the assignment operators. Okay. So what is this arithmetic assignment operators? Is the combination of both previous both. Okay. So it means like one arithmetic followed by one assignment. One arithmetic followed by one assignment. One arithmetic followed by one assignment. Okay. Right. So these are the couple of operators in generally supports for what you can call it as the arithmetic assignment operators. Okay. So what actually these two this gonna do us? Okay. So it's just a matter you need to understand here. Same, I'm just taking a is equals to 10 and then b is taking a b is equals to 3. Let us make sure that I'm trying to write a statement such a way that a plus equals to b and just write a plus b value is supposed to be okay. So then we have, oh sorry, just have a small syntactical mistake. Yeah. Okay. So sorry, just one thing is after completing the statement, right, I just wanted to add here. First of all, let's print this. So you'll get an idea here. A is equals to A, and then we are trying to print the value called B. Then I just wanted to perform A plus equals to B, and then I just wanted to check for the output at the same statement. Let's see what is going to happen. That is what I just wanted to show you. Okay. Let us look at this point where you just have a value called 10 and b value is 3. In the second statement also you have a b value is constant, nothing but same, no changes in the b value, but the changes happened in the a value because of the statement which we have written. So what is the meaning of this statement is, it is a is equals to a plus b. This is what the meaning of it. Am I clear? So similarly, if you're writing a minus b is equals to b, which is again same, we are just trying to print a and b, that is how it is. The same thing I'm just writing for all the operators, which is look at here. Okay. And when a divisible by b is equals to, I just wanted to add that statement also. Okay. So look at here, these are the output for the given input. Okay. Just observe it for a minute and then we'll move it to the next set of operators. So hope you have cleared with this set of operators also. I'm just adding some other set of operators here. Okay. So then the next set of operators, I'm just adding here relational operators. So what is the relational operators we are talking is less than, greater than, less than or equals to, greater than or equals to, double equals to, and not equals to. These are the set of operators are available in Python for checking the relation of two set of operators. And remember one thing, in other languages, like if you're coming background of C or C++, there is some an identical thing you have to you have to just finding a difference here. There is some basic things you have to identify. So in generally, I'm just writing, let's say A is less than B. It means, let's say I'm trying to write A less than B here. What is the meaning of this output is? What is the output is going to print? This is one question we used to have every time. So this statement is going to print a output in a Boolean format. It's going to print the output in a Boolean format. It means, let's say a Boolean is, we have already seen a Boolean type in the last session also. We just like, we wanted to check the true and a false. Okay. Yeah. Similarly, if I'm trying to just look at here, say A is greater than B is equals to, we just say that A is greater than B, so that it just returns true. Like, see that the terminology of a true and false in the statement. True and false in the both states, we have lesser and greater than symbols. Doesn't matter, the symbols is okay, but you are trying to find the output here. You're trying to check the output has been printed in terms of a true, and the output is printed in terms of false. P and phi both are the same. So hope you have clear with this set of operators, right? So basically that's for today's topic, and tomorrow we are just moving to the extension for this topic. Okay, so hope make sure that have a better practice, get uh, trying to get a good practice on that particular topic, so that could be an easy for you to grab it for the next. Okay, so I'm done for the today's class. Thank you so much, guys, and make sure that from tomorrow log in on time, so that could be an easy for you to start, and even for me also. So thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, so very good evening to all of you. Just wanted to check the audio connection, please. Is my audio and video is clear? Guys, can you please let me know, is my audio and video is clear? Guys, can you please let me know, is my audio and video is clear? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right, this is what I'm expecting when I'm started the session. Okay, thank you. Right, so let's get started with the previous session. That's moving to forward on the previous session. Okay. Yeah, so the last class we were being discussing about something like so we have been into an operators topic. Okay, let's quickly finish the operators topic and then moving to the next of operators. Okay, let us change the name of a Jupyter file. And one thing I just wanted to share you here is, make sure that please guys, everybody install the software on your computer, and I will pass you one URL where I will upload all of my Jupyter files into it. Okay, so if you wanted any reference, right? If you want any reference, right? Right, if you want any reference, you further go to that directory. That is like, I will add it to a Google Drive and send you the Google Drive link to you. Okay, so in the Google Drive you will find all of my Jupyter files. Okay, so if you want a further help in your practice, then you could able to visit that Google Drive link, and then you could able to find all of my Jupyter files into it. Okay, now. All right, so let me just quickly get started with the operators, which we have completed couple of operators in the last class, and rest of operators we will try to finish it now. Okay, first we will try to talk about relational operators. So in the relational operators topic, we have like less than symbol, greater than symbol, less than or equals to symbol, greater than or equals to symbol, double equals to, and not equals to. These are the set of operators are in Python programming. Okay, these are the set of operators are present in Python programming. Okay, so just the one thing you have to understand here, coming to the earlier programming language. If you are just coming from a previous programming languages, like you're just coming from other languages, like for example, you are coming from let's say uh, C, or you might come across with a C++. There would be some other implementations to it. Okay, so now let me just take you very simple example here, and then I'm trying to make sure that we'll try to check the relation of A less than B. Okay, now in generally we used to get in C or C++ programming, we used to get, in terms of false, we used to get 0, correct? In terms of true, right? In terms of true, we used to get something called 1, right? Because this particular programming doesn't support for 0. I mean, it just support for 0 and 1, but it doesn't support for the keywords of true and false, right? It doesn't support for the keywords of true and false. If it doesn't support for a true and false keywords, okay, then they used to represent the same result in terms of 0 and 1. But as the Python programming, we have a keywords like a true and false. Make sure that in the both the cases, T is supposed to be capital case here and F is supposed to be capital case here. Okay, it means this particular programming of Python is also case sensitive. Remember that this particular programming of Python is also a case sensitive. It means if you write some case, you're supposed to follow the same case, right? I'm trying to write a in lowercase. It means to say that you have to follow only small a. You could not able to take it to the capital A. So at the time it will raise you an error that, see that I'm trying to define a variable in lowercase and just trying to access that variable in uppercase. So what happened is it's just showing you something called capital A is not defined. It means again it is a case sensitive thing. Okay. So it's just like returning you something called false. Okay. Like this, you take it to any of these operators, will be the result either it is true or it could be a false, right? So hope you are clear with this, because even I just given the same thing in the last class also. Might be the same thing I was given in the last class. Yes, I'm just given the same thing in the last class. Just I wanted to repeat you here in this. Okay. Now let's get start for one more set of operator. Let us say logical operators. Right. Logical operators in Python is a three types. Remember that here you don't have a symbolics. In the other programming, I'm just talking about C or Java or C sharp. Any programming, if you just wanted to represent this, we used to represent in terms of like this. Let's say and double and percentile. If you want to represent or, we used to represent this with a like this. If you want to represent not, we used to represent like this. But in Python programming, it just to represent the same, but you have to represent that in terms of a text format. And, or, and not. It means a text format will be represented over here. Okay, now. So in this particular case, let's say I'm trying to define a variable of A and a variable of B. Okay, guys, if you have a technical knowledge, it's okay. If it doesn't have a technical knowledge, I just wanted to show you very simple representation of a logical operators. First question is, why actually we have to use this question mark? That is a very big question mark. Why we have to use this? Why we need to use an operators called logical operators? Why we supposed to use these operators? That's a very important question. Okay, when you wanted to represent a certain variable relation, we have a relational operators, correct? And similarly, if you wanted to represent the same of arithmetic operation, a plus b or a minus b, we have arithmetic operators. Okay, now here in the case of logical operators, why we actually need to represent these operators? Why actually we need these operators? Okay, first and foremost thing you have to understand is, okay, when we need to represent multiple expressions as a single expression, when we need to use multiple expressions as a what? A single expression, then we use these operators. Okay, For example, I just wanted to have a two set of expressions. Let's say I wanted to perform a is supposed to be greater than 10 or equals to 10. And the one more thing is I wanted to check for whether a is less than 20 or not. Nothing but you wanted to perform a certain kind of validation, or you can say an expression, which has to be follow a two different process, or which has to be following a two different applications or a process in this. Okay, now, so in that particular case, we just wanted to use this. If you just look at a simple diagram to represent this, okay, let's say this is my expression one. Assume that this is expression one. This is my expression number two. Two different type of expressions. In between, I'm trying to place something called AND operator. I'm just trying to place an operator called AND between this. So what are the different type of inputs we used to face? First time it may returns false, and sometimes it also returns false, because there is only cases like whether it can be true or whether it can be false. But if you are taking a result of AND operator, we will take it as a false. So let's say true, okay, and I'm just taking it is here a false, and the result of it again it is false. Okay, first it is false, then it could be a true, and the result here is false. In the both the cases, sometimes input one is returning true, input two is also returning true, then the result of this again it becomes a true. Okay, so let us assume, let us understand it very carefully, your expression one and your expression two. Okay, and we are talking about a result of AND operator. Okay, so what does this expression is all about? We have a different inputs we are supplying to the AND operator. Okay, it means like you're just placing AND between these two. You're just placing AND between these two. So my first input is wrong and second input is also wrong, so that my result is false. My first input is true, second input is false, then still my result will be a false. First input is false, second input is true, still my result is false. In the both the cases of first input and the second input, which is representing the output is true. Okay, means whenever you're trying to place an AND operator between two expressions, make sure that both the expressions should need to return true and a true, so that the result will become as a true. In all the other cases, it will be a false. Let me add here itself the result of OR operator. So what is the result of OR operator? Which means here it is false. Any one input is true, the output is true. Only the first case it will be fails. Only the first case is going to be fail, because both the inputs are false, so that the output is false. The rest of the inputs, even only one input we have given as the true, nothing but one input condition is true, right? So that the result will be true is always. Okay, so this is how the two expressions will be performed. Okay, that's I just wanted to apply here in this case. Okay, so do you have any questions here? Then you just put up your questions on the questionnaire. Okay, now I'm just trying to make sure that I'll just give a simple program. The result will be, first a is supposed to be greater than or equals to 10. This is my first expression, and second expression is supposed to be a is less than 20. right? I just wanted to print the result here. Let's see what is going to be result. The result is true is because this value of a is 10. The first expression is correct, even though second expression is also correct. And we are trying to place AND operator between these two so that the result is becomes again what? True. Nothing but it is representing a Boolean keyword called true. Similarly, I wanted to just check here, right? Let me just take it to one more cell and just type the same thing and make sure that I wanted to write a condition in such a way that a is greater than 100. Okay, so obviously what happened, one condition is false in between these two. This condition is false, and second, even though second condition is true, there is no point, correct? So obviously this is going to return the result as the false only. It's going to return the result as a false itself. Okay, hope is clear. The first one is true is because both the conditions which we are supplying is true, correct? And this is going to be false. Why? Because in these two expressions which we are supplying to the input of AND operator, one of this condition is false, so that we can say that the result will be a false at this point. Okay, similarly, I just wanted to write the same thing, but I just wanted to place OR operator. Let me just place the same condition, right? But I'm just looking forward to the output. What is the output here? It just returns the result as true. Okay, and the other case which we wanted to share you here is both the conditions I'm making it as a false. Both the conditions I wanted to make it as a false, so that the result of AND is also false, the result of OR is also false. Okay, so hope you're clear with this stuff, right? Do you have any questions? You just put up the across in the chat. Okay, so just giving you a 2 minutes, guys, to just verify your simple content, and then we will get back to the next option. All right. So guys, if you have any questions, you just put up on the chat. If it doesn't have any questions, so that I'm just moving forward for the next set of operators. Okay. Before we say operators, so we will basically look at uh, okay. So we will basically look at what this one. Uh, yeah, we will just moving into a control statements. Okay, so the flow, we will try to understand the flow of programs, how we actually execute it and all. Then we are just moving into the next of it. Okay, right. So hope up to this is clear, right? So we don't have Boolean operators. I guess you already know, right? Which is something like this one, right? Are true and false. There is no other things to be learned. Okay. So the next thing is comparison, less than, greater than, and all that we have already finished. Okay, and coming to um, yeah, that's it. Most of the operators we have done here up to this. Okay. The one operators which actually a bit confusing might you have seen this or I don't know, but this or set of operators called bitwise operators. Okay, uh, like right, we just have like in bitwise operators. What happened in the bitwise operators is like converting something into a binary format and just finding the reference of it. Okay. Just I wanted to show you here one or two things. Okay, might be if you are able to understand, that's fine. If you are not able to understand, then just find out here how do we do that. We have an operator called this one, single and percentile, and we have an operator called single pipeline symbol. Okay, we have a left shift, right shift, and all. But just I wanted to show you on at least this two to understand. Okay, yeah. So how we can able to do some conversions. Let's say a value I'm trying to give it as, let's say 8. Let's say b value I'm giving it is, let's say a 3. Okay, so I wanted to print the output of a and b. Okay, let's see how the what is the output is going to be printed. So the output is printing it as a 0. Okay, similarly I'm just taking up here and remaining this to a single pipeline symbol, and the output is 11. Okay, so what happened in these two cases? I'm just doing one thing here. Let us, this is a decimal, right? This could be a decimal. 8 is a decimal number, 3 also be decimal number. What happened in these two variables is it converts a decimal to, right? It converts a decimal to a binary format. Let's say I'm just taking 8. If you're taking a 8, let's say 8-bit format. For a digit 8, I'm just taking a 8-bit format. So what is the 8-bit format? Let's say 1, 0, 0, and 0. Okay, this is the 8-bit format. For let's say 3, 0, 0, 1, and 1. Okay, and it just like acting like an AND operator, right? In the cases, both the conditions are true. Nothing but here it is true, true, and false. In all the cases, it is false because there is no ones or matching here. Okay, so that the result of this, if you convert it again back to decimal, which will be printing it as a 0. Okay, Okay, so it's just converting that into a, let's say, after converting this into a decimal, you'll get it again 0 here. Right, this is what a bitwise AND. Same if you are using a bitwise OR, the result will be a little different. 1 0 0 0 0 1 and 1. In the, if you just look at the output for this, it will be 1 0 1 and 1, correct? It means it is 8, correct? 8 plus 2 and plus 1, 2 power 0. So it just gives the values called 11. Hope you already know how to convert a decimal to binary to decimal, right? If you doesn't have an idea about decimal to binary to decimal, just look at it on the screen. I just converted in the simplest format. It's like an 8-bit format. It's not 32-bit format, okay? It's just an 8-bit format. Guys, please just observe it for this example for a couple of minutes. Basically, I was trying to represent here in a couple of things. What is that? The first one is the using of AND operator, that is a bitwise AND operator. And the second one is using of bitwise OR operator. Okay. In the both the cases, what we have to do is first we have to convert the given decimal value into a binary format, and just apply the AND operator AND operator process. Similarly, OR operator, we just need to apply OR operator process. So after that, you just might see that. Okay. If you want, I'll just will give you one more example. Okay, don't worry. Let's I'm just taking a value as, let's say, 4. Let's say I'm taking a B value as let's say 6. Okay. So I wanted to first, what I wanted to do was let's trying to convert this A and B into a binary format. A binary format will be what? 0, 1, right? 0 and a 0, because 2 power 0, 1, 2 power 1, 2 power 2. Okay, so this could be a binary for 4, digit 4. Let's say digit 6 binary. Digit 6 binary is what? 0, 1, 1 and 0. Correct? It means 2 power 1 and 2 power 2. It means 2 plus 4, 6. Correct? This is for the binary format for the second one. Correct? No? So if you just calculate the output for this two, okay, if I'm using an AND operator, let's say I'm just using an AND operator. Assume that I'm just using this AND operator. Bitwise AND, remember that. Let's say bitwise AND. So then what is the output we can expect here? Is 0, 0 will be a 0. 0, 1, 1 will be 1, 0, 1 will be 0, and 1, 1 again 0. This is for AND operator result. Similarly, if you're just looking at a bitwise OR operator, what will happen? 0, 0 will be always 0, 1, 1 and 0. It means this will be the output for OR and this will be the output for AND. It means this output will be what? Obviously 4. This output will be obviously what? 6. Correct? Now let's check with the computer, I mean, with the Python program. Okay. So let me just say A and B. What is that? A and B. The result output is equals to, let's say, A and B. The similarly, we are just looking at A or B. Okay. You just look at the result of it will be, let's say, A or B, which means, you see that as what I just explained you, the output 4 and 6, that the output which is got displayed 4 and 6. Okay. Guys, I just wanted you to check it again. Just observe these 3 cells, 9, 10, 11, and most of as I come across with the multiple people, most of the people have a problem with this conversion or problem with these operators. Okay. And if you have any problems, you just let me know. I'm just giving you 2 minutes to look at this 3 cells. Guys, just wanted to ask you once again, do you have any questions of conversion of this thing? Do you have you able to understand, or if you are just facing some problem, please let me know. Guys, I just wanted to check once again with you. Do you have any questions regarding this operators? Let me know. If you are clear, just tell me clear so that we'll just moving forward for the next one. Okay, hope you are clear with this, right? So just moving forward, because if you're not having any questions, means if you're asking, then we'll try to clear it, because as you are not questioned anything, so that I'm moving forward for the next parts of it. Okay, right? We have some set of operators in this, like left shift, right shift, and all. That is not that difficult, as if you understand this too, and the left shift and right shift is almost the same. Okay, just converting that into a decimals and then doing some basic conversions and then performing that operation. Okay, just moving ahead for the next one, next the topic, I can say the next topic which I'm moving forward here is like control statements in Python. In control statements, again we have a two set of statements here. One is conditional statements, and then we have looping statements. Okay, we have a two set of statements over here. The first set of statement will be uh, the first set of statement will be this one, a conditional, and the second set of statements will be a looping statements. Okay, in the conditional statements, we have something like if. Okay, then if is related with anyhow else, and next with while, and then for. Very important thing to understand, right, guys? From now onwards, I need your communication compulsory. I need your attention compulsory, because if you're not properly giving me a proper answer, then I could not able to understand whether you are clear with that or not. Because actual the content of a Python is gonna be start from here, right? The actual the taste of flavor of Python is going to be starts from here. The till what we have seen till now is your basics, or it might you can say that you already know that in the other programming, correct? That's what most of the people say. But if you're just trying to look at this one, if you're just trying to look at this one, and in this process of application, the actual taste of a Python programming is going to be starts from here. The indentations and all will be actually starts from here. Okay, now, right? So I'm just moving, just trying to go for the first option, if else, right? Let us first showing you a simple syntax here, how we can write the Python C sharp. I mean to say what you can call it as the syntax for if else. Remember that if followed by some condition here, a Boolean condition. Right? So there is something called a simple Boolean condition will be defined here. And then there would be a semicolon, Then you need to write a set of statements, and then else. We don't have anything to be defined here, and then we have a set of statements here. This is how the syntax of a if statement. This is what the syntax of if statement. Okay. What is the difference compared to the other programming languages? Might you already come across I'm writing a simple if else statement in the other languages. We used to write with the curly braces as a block. This will be considered as a if block. And then this will be considered else, and here else block, which will have again a set of statements here also. We will place some set of statements here, and we will place some set of statement here, depends on this Boolean condition. Okay, now depends on this Boolean condition. First, we used to write some set of statements here, and other set of statements to be written in the second block. Okay, now after we write this part, we will try to replace the same thing in Python in this manner. We don't have this parenthesis most of the time. Even you can use it, but in generally we will not write. Will not write it. You look at here, open curly brace and the closed curly brace. That will be replaced here by a colon symbol. Nothing but you don't need to write this curly braces here. And here, same. In else also, we don't have this one and we don't have this one. Okay, now? Yeah, just observe that. Just observe it. If you if you could able to relate or finding some basic differences between the language you have learned, the language which you are trying to learn will have some slight changes over here. As a developer, you have to understand the syntax first properly. Once you understand the syntaxes properly, then you can do anything. Okay, is that clear? Now let me just write a very simple example here. Okay, just write a simple example. Whether input number is greater than 10 or not. We just need to check whether the input number is greater than 0 or not. That is what we wanted to check here. Okay, now first of all, let us read an input. How do we read an input? Let's say we're just reading an input like this. Correct? We're just trying to read an input like this by converting that input into integer directly. Hope you understand this statement. Once you understand the statement, now let us make sure that we wanted to check whether if input number is greater than 10 or not. If it is greater than 10, we just wanted to print some hello, and else we wanted to print some message called, let's say, good evening. Right? Let us run this. I'm giving a 15 output. Right? I'm just giving an input as 15 and just giving output called 10. Guys, can you just try the same program in your computer and just tell me what are the problems you're facing? I will just give you 5 minutes, okay? If you are ready with your computer, just tell me one thing. Are you using, what you can say, are you following the session on your laptop or a mobile device? Are you following this on a mobile device or in a laptop? If you are using a laptop, I wanted to write this code on your system, on your Jupyter notebook, and just tell me what are the problems you're facing. I'm sure as the first step into a Python programming, I'm 101% I'm telling you, you will find the problems here. You will face the problems here. And just tell me what are the problems you're facing. I'm giving you 5 minutes time here, and just write this program and just let me know what are the things you have problem. Guys, have you find any errors on your system? Guys, if you're not responding, I could not able to understand anything, whether you're following or whether if you're not, then just tell me, I'll just continue it. Okay. The very important thing you have to understand here is the spacing problem. right? There is something called spaces is adding here, right? That is something called indentation. Most of the Python developers, as a beginner, right? If you are just going a first step into a Python programming, most of the people is having a problems with the indentations. Okay, what are the indentation problems are, right? It means you have something like what you can call it as spacing problem. What is the spacing problem? I'll just show you here. As like unlike the other programming, if I wanted to start this statement here, even I wanted to start this statement from here. Okay, let me run this. What is something you have found an error, right? There is something found an error here. If you just observe it carefully, the error is indentation error. Okay, now the error is what? An indentation error. This indentation error is expected indentated block. It's expecting an indented block. It means this is supposed to be follow some spacing. Let's hit on enter after a colon. The place where it is starting the code, you just need to follow the same. Okay, right? Is that clear, guys? Okay, so yeah, right. So I'm just end up the session for today here. Okay, tomorrow we will just continue. We will try to continue from the same place where the conditional statements. Okay, so try to look at the particular options. Okay, try to practice. I'm telling you once again, every day practice is required for the programming concept, right? Make sure that if you have any questions, you just come across so that we will try to put up that. Okay, all right, so thank you so much for your time, and then we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, guys, just tell me, is my voice is clear? Is the video and audio is clear? Guys, can my voice and video is clear? Okay, so I hope my video and audio is clear for you. Just I wanted to get starts from the session. I guess yesterday we have not have any session, I guess, correct? So okay, so we will try to have a previous session. So very important thing, I wanted your attention from here onwards a little more better, because there is one of the very important thing to be understand in Python programming is in indentation errors. Okay, so this indentation errors is errors will be basically whenever you write if else or whenever you write loops and all, you might probably get that kind of errors. Okay, Okay, so no problem. We will try to look at some of the examples of if else statement, and then we are just moving to the next topic. Okay. All right. We'll just try to look at some if else statements examples. Then we'll go for looping examples. Okay. So first thing is we will try to have some good examples, some try to understand some important features of Python programming. Let's say you might have something like indentations that you have to get clear it's now. Okay. And then moving forward, then we will try to look at some looping examples also. Okay. So the first thing is let us make sure that, okay, we'll write a very simple example to represent the if else statement here. Okay, so how do we represent this if else statement here is okay, so we'll try to write this program. Okay, guys, can you guess me what will be the output for this? Can you just guess what will be the output for the given program or given block? Can you guess what will be the output for this program? Guys, can you guess the output? Okay, no guesses. Guys, if you wanted to respond, just tell me yes. Or if he doesn't want to respond, also just tell me yes. No, if he doesn't want to respond, just say no, so that I don't want to ask any questions to you. Okay. So I don't want to wait for your response, so that I can just take it forward as soon as it is done. Okay, fine, no problems. Let us. Yeah. So we have if, and immediate after followed by if there is a keyword we have placed. In generally, in the place of this true keyword, we used to write some boolean condition. Correct? A boolean expression also you can call it as. You can call this as a boolean expression also. But in terms of yesterday's program or yesterday's thing, we used to call this as a boolean condition. Correct? So this boolean condition is satisfied. Okay, then we probably execute the program in two different ways. This is going to be return the output in two ways. Correct? One is true and other one is false. Correct? So what happened at this particular position is, whenever if keyword is followed by a statement called true, it means by default it representing as a true. By default it is true. Correct? Am I correct? So what will happen is, you no need to write any condition here. Directly the control will execute the statements under the if statement. Okay, so obviously whenever if statement is executed, there is no chances of execution of else block. Okay, when the else block is executed, write a same statement or same example, but imagine that boolean condition we were trying to return here a false. A boolean condition which is returning it as a false. Okay, whenever you just say return it as a false, okay, I'm executing the statement. So what happened? You just observe these two programs, this program number one and the program number two. Hope you understand. Hope you already know that. But just a one thing is understand the indentation. See that there is some space we have. I didn't given this space, okay? And here also I didn't given any space here. I didn't given any space here. Last time also, last class also, I have shown you a problem if I start the statement from the beginning. So how you need to write, especially for a Python program, is you just need to put a colon symbol as soon as the statement is finished. This you have to put an enter after that. Just you just need to press an enter key after that. Automatically, it will take you to the next line. From that particular line, it will get start writing a code. Cursor will blinks you at the certain point, right? That is not defined by me. It is defined by a Python interpreter. It means if you write a statement, that statements will be comes under the given block. And if you just look at these two examples, in the both the examples, first example, if followed by true, it going into the for loop, or sorry, if loop. If second loop, if you second block, if you observe it, if condition, if followed by false, automatically it goes to the else block, and the else block statements going to be executed. Okay, similar, this is a base for all the if and else statements, guys. If this is the base, this is the base important aspect. Okay, just look at this example for a minute, and then we are just going for some examples over here. Okay, so hope you have clear with this, correct? You have any questions regarding this? So based on this, let us make sure that write some examples over here. Okay, the first one we are looking at here is read a number as input and test whether a given number is even number or odd number. Okay, you just need to check something called a given number is even or the given number is odd. Okay, how do we, first of all, you have to understand how to read an input for the program. Hope already we have come across that situations, right? We just come across that particular point. Okay, so just we need to understand how to read an input. Already we know that how to read an input, right? So now let us read an input like this. Okay, let's say n is equals to integer conversion of an input, because as we are expecting a input integer value, we're just expecting an integer value as an input for this, correct? So as soon as we read an input for this, right, as soon as we read an input for this, okay, now you need to test whether it's an even number or odd number. Simple, we just have a condition. What is the condition? If any number divisible by 0, if it is returns the remainder as 0, then we can say that given number is even number. Or else If this condition is going to be fail, if this condition is fail, then we say that the given number is odd number. Correct? If I'm giving an input, let's say 12, it's just giving you the input output called even number. I'm executing the same cell again and giving an input called 9 and just returns the return value as an odd number. Okay, a simple example. Correct? Similarly, let us write one more example. Read a number as input and test whether it is greater than 10 or not. Right? We just need to check whether a given number is greater than 10 or not. Okay, now. So when we wanted to say that a return value is greater than 10 or not, first of all, as anything, we have to read an input. Already we came across how to read an input. This is how we are reading an input. Okay, so once we read an input for this, we need to test it. If number is greater than or equals to 10, then we say that number is greater or equals to 10. In else part of this, we need to say that number is less than 10. Okay, so okay, just giving a value called 15, it's just saying that your entered number is greater than, let's say, 10. Okay, let's quickly look at here and just we'll try to give you a 5 minutes time. Just observe these two programs. guys, very good evening to all of you. Just wanted to check the audio and video. Is my audio and video is clear, guys? Guys, I just wanted to check the audio and video. Just please confirm that audio and video is clear. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, so yeah, so we'll just take the okay. So I guess the last session we have started basically the if else statement. Okay, so due to that some power problem, I was just skip the session on the day. Okay, we'll try to continue from once again this one. Yeah, fine. Okay, so let us make the conditional statements. We'll try to discuss in this a part of conditional statements. We'll try to discuss here if else statements. Okay, now. So this is what the simple thing we will try to discuss now. Okay, I guess we have already seen some syntaxes and all in the last class. Okay, guys, just wanted to just wanted to check that the last class we have been just started the things. Okay, let me just check once again. I hope I was just started. Okay, fine. Okay, yeah, yeah. We have just started if statement. Okay. Now, let us make, we will try to have some examples on the if else now. Okay, then once we have done with the examples of if else, then we were moving to the looping statements. Okay, now. So the first thing is, I wanted to go for, what is the first one I'm just looking at here is, so I'm just looking at basically right now is a simple example. Okay, this is combination of let's say let's read the input as a number, like age of the person. Okay, and need to test that the age is eligible for voting or not. Okay, we just need to check whether that particular uh, age is eligible for voting or not. Okay, now next, what is the criteria to check this age? The criteria is to check the age if the age is between let's say 18 to 75 is eligible. Let's assume that this particular age group is eligible for voting. If something is input below 18 and at the same time if an output is right, if that particular input is greater than 75, okay, so we have to just give some other message that you're not eligible. Okay, now so for that what I'm gonna do is, okay, just I wanted to read age such that we can directly convert that input into the integer format directly by using something like integer format output. Okay, now, and this particular age and this particular age, if age is greater than equals to 18, this is a one condition we wanted to check. And also we have used an operator earlier that's called AND operator, right? We have just used an operator called and if that age is less than or equals to, let's say 75, okay, if that age is greater than 18 and less than 75, then we just wanted to print that right? We just wanted to print that it is eligible for voting. Else, I can just say that okay, right? So yeah, so this is what I just wanted to check here. Okay, first I'm just reading an input here. This is what the input I'm reading here, and between the age is 18 and the between the age of 75. Okay, and we just wanted to print a message called it is eligible. If not, we have to just print a message called not eligible. Okay, let's say for example I'm just giving an age called 28 so that it prints the output called eligible for voting. Same thing I'm running again. If I'm giving an input called let's say 17, which is printing a message called not eligible for voting, right? So why we are using AND operator, that's also be a question here, most of the people. So why we are using a AND operator? Because we in the given condition of input, we have to test it two different conditions. In the given input requirement, we have to test the two conditions. The condition one is greater than 80 and the condition two should be greater less than 75. Okay, so if that is happened, we have to just go to the solution of this problem. Okay, so I just want you to just look at the solution, guys, everybody, and just giving you a 2 minutes time to check the solution, and then we are moving to the next program. I hope, yes, hope you have clear with this example. I'm correct. So there is nothing much to go for. I mean, there is nothing much to understand. But the only one thing you have to understand here is the indentation problems. Okay, there would be a lot of indentation problems the moment you start. What you can call it as the moment you start working on the Python programming, especially, right? You might get this one. Okay, you might get this kind of problems most of the time. Okay, to avoid this particular problem, okay, to avoid this particular problem, uh, you make sure that you have to do a better practice. Okay, you have to do the better and better practice. Okay, if you do the best practices, I'm sure you would have a better idea to do it. Okay, so that is what I just wanted to check here, right? Now let's move on to the next example. Let's give you a couple of examples so that it could be an easier for you to understand the syntaxes. This is all about the understanding the basic syntaxes, guys. Okay. Yeah. So now let's read the input as a number. Input as a number. Let's say you read some number as an input for this. Okay. As soon as you read an input for this, okay, test. Okay. What I'm gonna do is uh, a test. Okay. Before that, I'll just give you a simple example, guys. Okay. What is that example is basically uh, when you wanted to write a multiple, right? When you wanted to write multiple if else, for example, this is taking you only one condition and then it is moving to the else part, right? So if you wanted to go for multiple conditions, how do we write in Python? Okay, so what we do is a Boolean condition. Okay, then you have some set of statements we can place here, right? So instead of else, we use ELIF. In Python, the other programming languages have something like else if, right? The similar way, we have here ELIF, right? ELIF is the statement we're gonna use here. Okay. So this is how we used to write, guys. Okay. So just observe this. In generally, if condition is same and else is also same. Okay, now, right? In the other programming languages, like if you just take a C or C++ or Java, this ELIF will be returned like this. Okay, else space if we used to write like this. Okay, now we used to write like this. Okay. So when we wanted to write like this, but this is in the other programming, not in Python. Okay, and here in Python, we used to write ELIF. ELIF is a keyword which represents the same meaning of else if in the other programming languages. Okay, I'll just write you a simple program, guys. I just wanted to write a simple program and just uh, try to give me an answer for this. Okay, just observe this. I hope you have a basic knowledge of programming, if I'm not wrong. But based on that, I'm just giving you simple program in terms of Python. Okay. And I'm just writing my program, and after that, I'll just give you some time. Okay. So I'm just writing this program, guys. I'm just writing this program. I'm expecting some output for this. I'm expecting some output for this program. Just observe this program and just I'm just giving you 2 minutes to understand this logic. And after that, I want your answer for this program. Okay. Okay. Just your time starts now. All right. So, yeah, can you just give me what is the output? What would be the output as you expect for this program? Just given you almost 4 minutes for to find out the answer for this problem, right? Can I know what would be the answer for what is the answer you are expect for this problem or this program? Hmm? It doesn't matter whether it is correct or wrong. Doesn't matter. Just give your answer in chat. Okay, I'm just telling you that you don't require it whether it is correct or wrong. Okay, that's a secondary case. I want your attention that what is the output as you expect. Okay, so yeah, so the output you don't. I mean, I don't know whether you are not responding at all. Okay, fine, it's okay. Yeah, so the output of this program should be always this one. Okay, the output of this program will be a good. Okay, why it is printing good, that's also be a question for the most of the people again. Okay, I see a lot of most of the people will have this question, why it's only printing you good, because we have conditions to be multiple conditions are placed in the order, all of them are correct, all of them are correct, then why it is printing only first answer, correct? In this case, I can just give you a simple thing, right? In any case of implementation of if-else statement, any implementation of if-else statement, you never expect the answer for multiple. You cannot expect the answer for multiple places. You can expect the answer only from once. Okay. Uh, yeah. The problem in this, especially if you take this problem, what is the value we have defined for x, that is 100, correct? When you just say 100, it is just greater than 10, correct? When you say it is greater than 10, it prints the value something called good, correct? It just prints the output called good. So as soon as it is printing good, it never checks for the second condition, it never checks for the third, or it never checks for the last. As soon as it executed, just it will skip the remaining part of your if else statement. That is the nature of if else program. Okay, and for example, when the second condition is executed, it just because you change the first condition, make it as false, make the first condition as false, then you expect the answer will be a second, because this condition is wrong now. Once this condition is wrong, then it moves the direction to the second, and if that condition is correct, it will execute the statement, and it will skip the third, and it will execute the, it means it will execute from a top to bottom. It just executes from top to bottom. If that depends on the first condition, it will go to the second. If based on the second condition, it will go either for second or it goes for the third. So if I'm making a changes to the second program, then the third program will be executed like this. Okay, and you see that every time you can see the output only once. You can see the output only once. Only one logic, one block of program will be as the output for this. Okay, am I clear? Yes, is that a clear, guys? Okay, similarly, I wanted to go for the simple as using the above example. I just wanted to go for this program. Okay, read the number, right, as input. Now check whether the input is positive number or negative number or else zero, right? We just have a, we need to check this three parts or three statements. Okay, now, right? So how do we do that? It's pretty simple. You have to just check the previous algorithm or the program, you can say. Based on that, we are implementing this program. Okay, so number is equals to, I just wanted to check for int of the conversion of input. Okay, and check if that number is greater than zero, and you just say that the output is something called, the output is something called a positive number. Similarly, if you just go for else if a number is less than zero, okay, then we can just say that it is a negative number. Whether you check the condition or whether if you wanted to write a condition, you can write a condition like this. Okay, no problem. So the input number will be a zero. This is, you can write like this. Let's say I'm giving a value called 12, you will get the positive. The same program you can also write in the similar way where you don't require to write a condition here. Rather, you write directly else part also. See that it just gives the output called zero. Okay, now in this both the cases, I'm just following this algorithm. I'm just following this algorithm. This is something called multiple if else or if else ladder we used to call. Right? That's base. That is what we are implementing. Either you write this or you write this. Both are having the same meaning. Okay. So I want you to observe these two programs, guys, and just tell me, do you have any questions regarding this? Right. So guys, I hope you're clear with this stuff, right? So do you have any questions? I guys just respond it. Okay. So it's okay if you're not answering for the questions. Okay. Then at least respond when I ask you have any questions or not. If you say no, then we are just moving to the next topic. Okay. All right. So yeah, sure. We are just this is all about simple if else, and there are a couple of varieties of if else statements what in generally we use to write. Then we just moving to the loop statements. Okay. We're just moving to the loop statements here in Python. Okay. Like in Python, unlike other programming languages, you do have a while, okay, and then you will have a do while, right? But in Python you will skip that. Directly you have a for loop. Okay, yes, you have a directly a statement for while, and then next statement will be a for loop. Okay, you don't have a do while statement in Python. Okay, you don't have any Python do while statement. You have only while, and then you have a for. Okay, so when we are taking a while and for loop, okay, when you're just taking a while and for loop, first we will like take you to a while syntax. How do we write a while syntax in Python programming? Okay, first while, then again here also a boolean condition to be placed. It means this condition will always returns you a true or a false. Then you place some loop statements here. Okay, then after this, to stop the loop from the infinite, we use the incrementing a value. Sometimes we use to write a decrementing a value. Okay, now. So when we are just talking about this while and for loop, okay, when we just trying to talk about a while and for loop, while is basically do this. Okay. Uh, For syntax is totally different. Don't worry about that. That's altogether a different syntax in Python. Okay. Now let us see that Boolean condition, a condition which always returns you a true or a false. Correct. So it means what happened here? It will returns either a true or it returns you a false. Okay, now, right? It either returns you true or it returns you a false. Whenever it is true, a control will enter into the loop to execute the statements. Whenever it is true, it will execute inside a loop. Let's say we have a group of loop statements. All the loop statements will be executed. It means loop statement, what is suggesting here? It's not a single statement. It might be a single statement or it might be a group of statements. All group of statements will be executed together. After that, it will go to the increment and decrement. Why actually we have to write this increment and decrement? You just keep a one point here, a very important point to understand. What is that is, if you're not placing this increment and decrement, imagine, okay, the loop is always been into infinite. What is that? A loop will always goes into infinite. When the loop goes to infinite, we cannot do that. So make sure that when you wanted to save the resources of your computer, or when you doesn't want to make a loop getting into infinite, then we have to stop that infinite process by using this. Okay, it doesn't mean that you have to write something like that. You write a variety of that. Okay, let's say I'm just starting with the simple examples, then we are just moving to the lengthy examples. Okay, the first one is read the number n as input. You have to just read a n as the input, and then you need to print the numbers from 1 to n. What is that? You just need to read a number n as the input. After reading the number n as the input, okay, you have to print a values from 1 to n. Okay, all right. So when we are just using the using this 1 to n, what is the starting limit of this? The starting limit of this will be 1, and last and final end limit, used to call it as an end limit, right? This end limit will be n, nothing but whatever the input you are reading for that. Okay, am I clear? Is that clear? Now let us try to implement the logic here. Okay, so how do we do that? First, you write input n, you read this. Okay, now in this particular series of numbers, I'm expecting a value which is start from 1, so that I'm assigning the least value to a variable I. We are just taking a variable of I, which representing a type of integer, and we are just assigning the value to it, correct? Then make sure that you implement a loop, you write a loop such a way that it has to start from 1, goes up to n, correct? It means I is less than or equals to n. The starting limit is 1, goes to the upper limit of n. So what we are trying to print here, every time we have to increase the value by 1, and I'm just trying to print I value here. See that I'm printing, I'm just wanted to take an input as 10. Oh, okay, it is just printing a numbers from 1 to 10 like this, right? What is the problem? The problem is here in the print statement. Let me write lines in the same. Let me just write the same thing in the same input, so that the output is printing from, let's say, what, 1 to 10. Input we are giving as what, 10. So the 10 input will be supplied for n. We are writing a loop in such a way that it has to repeat from 1 to n. Okay, now next I'll write a one more program. Okay, in the similar way we'll write a one more program here. Okay, make sure that read the number as input. What is that? You need to read a number as an input, and print all the even numbers between 1 to n, right? We just need to print the even numbers between 1 to n. So what is the input we are taking? Sorry, n, and the limit of start will be I. Up to n, we have to print the even numbers, right? Let me just read the input first of all. Let me just read the input first of all. I guess it's a pretty simple to read the input. After that, this is what the input reading writes. Okay, once again, I'm writing here if you have any problems, input reading for a single value. You might have a question, for example, I wanted to read a multiple values. No, you don't, you have to wait for some time to for that to understand. Okay, now then I can just give a value of I which is equals to 1, while I less than or equals to n. I wanted to repeat my loop. I plus equals to 1 is my process. Okay, now so when I'm trying to go for I plus equals to 1 process, right, just checking for a condition. What condition we have to check here, right? Yeah, what condition we have to check here? We have to check for if I is modular division 2 equals to 0. It means that given number is an even number, right? So I can just take I, and let me just trying to give this value 10. You see that output is 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Okay, now is that clear? So I just want you to observe these two programs. So then we'll move into the next. All right, so guys, have you finished this? Have you understood this two examples? Right, I'm telling you these are the basics. The syntaxes are pretty much important. As you moving to the next level, this particular things are very important for your next level. Okay, okay, is that a clear? Right. So let me just moving to the next part of it. Uh, let's say read the input as a number and just try to find the sum of odd numbers between the 1 and the read value, or let's say n. Okay, right? So you just need to take an input that is, let's say, n, for example, and you have to print the values from 1 to n. But instead of printing 1 to n in this example, you need to capture what are the odd numbers in that particular 1 to n, the series of 1 to n, how many odd numbers are there. And instead of printing odd numbers, we have to find the sum of the odd numbers between 1 to n. Okay, let us just first read an input. Okay, so I'm just reading an input by converting that input into an integer format. Okay, I just wanted to convert that into an integer format after reading this input. Okay, now, so once we read this input, right? Once we read this input, let's make sure that while I supposed to be less than or equals to n, right? So I value to be defined as 1. Let me write I less than or equals to n, and every time let's increase the value of I to 1. Let's increase the value of I to 1 by using I is equals to I plus 1. In generally, the statement is pretty much clear. This is I is equals to what? I plus 1, right? This is a straightforward. And here, what actually I want to test here, if I is modular division 2 is not equals to 0. What is that? I is not equals to 0. It means that would be considered as the odd number. Okay. If you wanted to check as the sum value by default to 0 here, then what I can do is supposed to be s is equals to s plus the remainder value. I mean, say the input value is I. Okay, then after the end of this loop, let me print a sum value, that is something called whatever it might be, the sum. Okay, you have to be pretty much clear understanding the indentations. See that these statements will be under 7, 8 and 9. Three statements will be under a while loop, correct? Inside a while loop, you have a one statement, that is 8, will be under if. Okay, now you will have a statement under if, that is eighth one, that will be considered as s is equals to s plus I, nothing but the value is incremented over here, right? And then we are just moving to the finding the sum value, that is s is equals to value, whatever the value we are expecting, that value is printing at the end of the loop. If you print inside a loop, that will be printed continuously, but as we're expected output for 1, so that we have to print outside the loop here. Let me just give you one more example in the same line, then I'll just give you some time to observe this two programs. Okay, let's say I don't know whether you're following or not, but if you follow this, I'm sure you cannot find a difficulty of understanding the syntaxes in the future. That is my guarantee, right? So let's say read the input as a number, and then we have to just print the factors of the number. So what is the meaning of a factor? For example, I'm just giving you a simple test case here. Let's say input is 6. Nothing but I wanted to find the factors of 6. So what is the output we can expect for this? Is 1, 2, and 3, and 6. These are the factors of a 6. Correct? Now, let's see how do we do this. Let's say I'm just reading an input over here by using this input statement. And start value is anyhow 1. I can just assign it to I. you can write any variable names. Okay, you can write any variable names as whatever you want. Let's say I, A, B, C, whatever you need. Just give a meaningful name when you're writing that variable name. Okay, now the point is how do we check whether a number is a factor of the given number or input number or not? That is what the question is. Okay, am I correct? How do we take a certain number as, right? How do we take a certain number as something like this? Okay, so at this point, right, if number is modular division of I is equals to 0, then I can just say I to be printed, and let's say it's supposed to be this. Okay, so let me just give an input of 6. Your expected output is 1, 2, 3, and the 6. Okay, now is that clear? All right, so please look into these two programs, guys. All right. So yeah. So hope you understand this particular examples, right? Hope it is clear, right? So is there any questions to ask me on this particular examples or the entire today's session? I'll do one thing, guys. I will make a Google Drive. Okay, I will share the Google Drive link with Madhu, and he will just give you that Google Drive link to you. So what in that Google Drive link have is internally, I will whatever the files I'm writing every day. Okay, these are the files I'm writing in every day, right? So these are the completed files for us. So all these files I will upload it to that folder so that you can just view that the class files in that. Okay now. So yeah, so that's it for today's session, guys, and make sure that please keep practicing, keep doing good, keep trying to make it good. So we will try to assume that the next things will be a better. Okay, and thank you so much for your attendance, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, so very good evening to all of you. Just yeah, I just wanted to confirm the audio test, please. Guys, can you just anybody of you just confirm the audio is the clear and the video also? All right, so thank you so much. So we were just quickly move ahead for the previous session. Okay. Let us first of all let us understand what we have done in the last session, and adding to that, we will add some examples of while loop, right? So a couple of examples we have finished, and we will try to add some more examples to the last class to make a better practice of this. Okay, so okay, so I'm making a today's session is more of examples. Okay, so let us say examples on while loop. Okay, so today is mostly we are trying to discuss about some examples, right? So the examples on looping statements, especially in the today's session, we were just using most of the while loop related examples. Okay, now. So now let us make a quick start for the today's session with the first example. Okay. Now let us get started with the first program as let's say read a number as input. Okay, first thing is what you need to read a number as an input. After reading this number, say you need to print the digits of the number. You need to print the digits of the given number in reverse order, or or in other terminology we can say is from right side direction. Okay, it means I will give you a simple example of inputs and output for this program. Let's say if I'm giving an input as 145, we are expecting an output for this program as 5, 4, and a 1, right? So let us quickly understand in this program what we are trying to do is. Let's say input is 145, right? When we are giving an input as 145, it's a number. So as we have given a number as an input, we were expecting an output in such a way that this is the output we are expecting. Okay. So in this case, how we can able to produce this output? That's a very important thing. Number should converting into a digits, and converted after after that we have to print in that numbers in the reverse order. Okay, let us make sure that we will have a couple of simple algorithms to complete this program. We'll have a couple of simple algorithms to complete this example. The first and foremost thing is we need to understand 145. Let's say from 145, we were expecting a first time output as 5, correct? Similarly, second time we are expecting output as 4, and the third time we are expecting output as 1. It means in 3 different stages or 3 different parts of the program or 3 repetitions of that program should needs to print the output called 541. For example, imagine that your input is of a 4-digit number. It means you have to repeat a loop in such a way that it has to be repeat for 4 times. Each time of a repetition of that loop should need to print a digit. Each time the repetition of a loop, nothing but a loop is something which a repetition always, right? When you say a loop itself is a repetition, right? So that repetition should has to be done in every time. Now let us make sure that I want 145 as an input. I need a 5 output. How I get? Basically, when I divide this number, every time when you divide this number with a 10, I can get here, let's say 140. I can get here as a 140 and should have output something called 5. Should have output something called 5. Okay, now should have output called something called 5. So how we are getting this output here is because of the reminder, correct? This is what a reminder. Each time you do the same. Each time divide this number by 10 and get the modular division of 10 so that you will get the reminder. Print that reminder so that the algorithm of this program will be finished. Okay, hope you understand, right? So I'm just applying the same algorithm. Okay, I'm just taking a simple screenshot of it. Okay, so just using of this simple basic algorithm, let us make sure that we are trying to print some output. Let us make sure that we are trying to print some output, or we supposed to produce the expected output otherwise. First of all, I'm just reading an input by using an input function, and hope everybody is clear with this statement, correct? If you practice it properly with a couple of examples which we have discussed in the last class and the couple of examples on the first classes, you could able to see this output. You could able to understand the statement properly, correct? In this statements, what we have is, it's a pretty simple. We are trying to read an input, that is input function should be converted into integer format and saving into a variable of n. Now we want explicitly to number should be becomes as 0, so that when I'm writing it here not equals to 0, it means when it is not equals to 0, it going to enter into this loop, and we are trying to produce the first reminder. What is that? We are trying to produce the reminder. This is what the reminder is, correct? So let's print this reminder. Let's print the reminder and print that output in the same line. Okay. Now, if you are directly executing this loop, this will be goes to the infinite. Okay. I don't want to go to this infinite. Let us divide this number by 10 times. Nothing but each time that value will be get decreased. Right. So that's it. Let's execute this particular example. See that I expected output something else, but I'm getting an output is something else. Correct? Is because of the reason in this program, what we have to understand is at this particular line. Hope you understand this particular variable, right? Or this operator, correct? So what is this operator is going to do is it's divide a number by 10 and returns the output in terms of a decimal. See that it is giving the output in a decimal here. It is giving an output in a decimal. It is giving an output in a decimal. As we are not expecting a decimal output for it, so that keeps a double divisible sign, so that you see that output is 145 is the input. We are expected as what the expecting output here, and we have print the C. Now let us trying to understand this, guys. Okay, let us make sure that try to concentrate here how this loop is executing, right? First of all, we were reading this input. Hope everybody knows this statement, correct? Now, for example, what is the value we have supplied for this? We have supplied an input called 145. Okay. So first time loop is repeating for the first time. First time loop repetition. What happened in the first time of a loop repetition is it is trying to divide a number by 10. It means it is wants the remainder, correct? It means let's say 145 is modular division of 10. What is the result value? Result value will be 5, correct? Where is the result value now? Result value will be in R, a variable called R. Then we are printing this variable here. Yes or no? We are just printing a variable here. And then immediate after 145 double division of 10, what it give you? It gives the coefficient, but the coefficient is not in terms of a float, not in terms of a decimal point. It is going to rewind, or it is going to give you in terms of an integer. So what is the integer value here? That is something called 14, right? What is the value of n right now? The n value after completing the first loop, n value is representing here 14, right? N value is representing called 14 now. Okay, now. So after this one, it moves into, once it is done, it will not stop. It again go back, because as it is a looping statement, remember that as it is a looping statement, it go back. When this go back, your loop second will be start executing. Your second loop start will be execution starts from here. Now what is the n value? 14, which is modular division of 10, gives the output called 4, and then 114 divisible by 10, which gives the answer something for, what is that? 1, correct? It means after this n value will be 1 here. Reminder value is what? 4. So that first time 5 is printed, second time 4 is printed. And the last and final loop, because we have only 3 things, okay, 3 numbers in the input loop. So now let me make sure that writing a third loop. What is the third loop is going to be do? Third loop will be like this. One is modular division of 10, which means, what is the output? Some people will say it as 0. Some people will it says that 0.1. Some people will be say something else. But one modular divisible by something will be answer as 1. Remember that. 0 modular division by 10, 0. 2 modular division by 10, that is 2. Okay. So that's the reason any modular divisible by 10 from 0 to 9, digits 0 to 9 will be 1 always. Okay, whatever the digit, it's not 1, whatever it might be. But one modular divisible by 10 is going to give you the something called 0. Okay, whenever it is 0, 0 is not equals to 0, the condition is true, then immediately after that your loop will get stop execution, so that you can see the output for the given program. Okay, right? Is that clear, guys? right? Is that a clear, guys? Everybody, just execute this program, right? And just let me know, do you have any questions here? All right, so I hope this example is clear, right? So let us move to the one more example. Okay, similarly, let's say read a number as input. Okay, read a number as input. You need to print. You need to print the odd digits, right? You need to print odd digits uh, in the given number. Anyhow, remember one thing: whenever a number has been input, it's every time the output from digits from right side only. You cannot get the output from a left side. Remember one thing: if I'm removing a digit from the left side direction, obviously number will have a scope. That scope will be loose. The scope will be there is no scope for that number. Simple as that. If you remove the digits from the left side, let's say 145, if you just remove a 1, it becomes a 45. It means a number does not have a proper scope, correct? So that's the reason anytime when you remove a digits, anytime, in terms of a mathematical or in terms of a computers, right? In the both the cases, a digits is always retrieved from a right side direction. Okay, so let me just take a simple example here. First of all, reading an input, that is int. First of all, I make a loop such a way that whatever the input supposed to be not equals to 0, because explicitly as a programmer or as a developer, you are making a number as a 0, correct? So that's the reason it is when it is not equals to 0. First of all, I wanted to make sure that it has to be remainder divisible by 10, correct? Now the question is, we have a reminder we have in the given program. We have a reminder with us right now, correct? When we have a reminder with us, as a program is expecting odd digits. How do we do that? When you check the given reminder, it is even or odd. It means if or modular division 2 is not equals to 0, it's a condition for odd digit. Let's print the reminder here, right? And then remember that there is only one statement inside if, and the rest of the statements will be under this statement. Now let me execute this. Okay, 108,809, in which how many odd digits are there? There is only 2 odd digits. So we have printing a 2 odd digits by using this. Remember this particular example, and you have to understand very much careful here indentations. You have to understand, very important thing is you have to understand the indentation. Almost 3, 4, 5, and 6. There are of 6 statements. First of all, this all 6 statements under the while. A looping statement called while, we have a 6. In which the statement number 5 is under if. It means a block of statements will be under if, a block of statements will be under while. Correct? But especially if you are looking at a Python programming, if you're just looking at a Python programming, this Python programming is required certain parameters with the help of a colon, because we don't have a block symbolics. Let's say open and close curly braces, you do never find in Python. That representation we do with the colon symbol. That is how you have to understand it. Okay, now is that clear now? This example, let me give you one more example so that I'll give you some time to look at that. Okay, let's say read a number as input. Now find the sum of the digits. Right, find the sum of the digits of the given number. It means, let me just tell you one thing. If an input is about, if your input is, let's say 145, as per this particular program, we are expecting an output called 10. Correct? 1 plus 4 5, 5 plus 5 10. 10 is the expected output for this. How do we do this kind of programs? How can we execute it? As this program is also expecting a number as an input, let me just read this. Let me just read an input. Once we read an input, okay, once we actually read an input, so what we can do is place a while loop, check for if it is not equals to 0, we have to enter inside a loop. What is that? When we have nothing to go for, we have to go for here something called while. Then what we need to do is, first of all, read the reminder. Anyhow, no changes here, because we are just working on the digits. When we are saying something or the something related to a digits, 101% you have to take care about a reminder. Next, we wanted sum, right? Sum by default, I'm making it to a 0 here. I wanted to add a sum value to reminder always, and let's say n double divisible by 10, and print a sum outside the loop. These are the couple of things you need to make pretty much clear. See that indentations are very much important. As I told you, if I'm placing a 3 statement inside a loop, let's say 4, 5, and 6, 3 statements will be under what? While. Right? This is not under a while, it is outside a while. It's outside the while statement, correct? So that's the reason it is printing only once. If you're placing this here after the 6 statement, continuation of this indenting, then you will get the output 3 different statements. Okay, now so let us look at these 2 examples now. Then we are just, after this we'll see a couple of more examples. All right, so hope it's clear, right? Do you have any questions about these two programs? Guys, do you have any questions about these two programs? Or anybody have questions in this two programs? Okay, all right. So thank you so much. Next, it's a very important question, guys. This is a question we have seen the question most of the online competition exams or online entrance exams for most of the recruiting based companies. Okay, most of the recruiting based companies have this type of a question. Okay, so what is that question is? Yeah, the question is you need to read a number as an input, right? You need to read what? A number as an input. After reading this number, you have to print the highest sum among, let's say, anything is fine. Okay, highest sum among even and odd sum. This is a question. Let's say this kind of question they have basically asked. So what is the question meaning? Okay, again, before we go for an explanation of the question, now let me take an input here 145. They were expecting an output for this one as, they're expecting an output for this one as, let's say 6. I'm giving you one more input here to understand, to make it little more easier for you. I'm giving a one more example that our output is 16 for the second test case. You need to understand this question very much clearly. Let us make the understanding of this question little more easier and clear. So what is the input? Input is pretty much clear. It's a number. It might be any number. It can be a 4-digit number, 5-digit number, 10-digit number, or it can be something else. Okay. It can be something else. That doesn't matter here. Okay. Next. What actually we are expecting is we wanted to print highest sum, maximum sum. Otherwise, sometimes they will ask you for a max sum among, nothing but between two sums, let's say even sum and odd sum. If you just take this input, understand the input is having a how many digits? Let's say 3 digits, that is 5, 4 and 1. Okay, now we have a 3 digits in this number. Let us take a sum of odd digits. What is the sum of odd digits here? Odd digit sum will be probably a 6. Okay, now what is the even digit sum here? Even digit sum is 4. Okay, All right, so guys, have you tried this example? Yes, have you tried it or not? Okay, so no problem. Let's see the output for this problem. Okay, let's say first we are just reading an input for this program. Okay, after reading an input, let's make if input is not equals to 0, if an input is not equals to 0, let's find a reminder first of all. Let's find a reminder first of all. Now, your task in this case is you need to find odd sum and then followed by you can even find even sum, both the sums. Okay, now, right? In Python, I'll tell you, there is a once instead of writing these two statements, instead of writing a two statements, two different lines, we can write a multiple declarations and assignment can be done in the single line. This is also we can do it. Both the same. This is meaning of same. Either you write this or you write this meaning of same. Okay, now simple. So first I'll check for if R is modular division 2 is equals to 0. Then I will add a sum to this variable here, right? Or else it means if it is not even, or else you wanted to write a condition also, we can write a condition here, no problem. Is not equals to 0, which basically an odd digit, right? Next, we'll just trying to figure it out the reminder value. Once it is done, your task is completed. It means that you're basically implemented a logic, but output is not printed, right? So how do I print an output here? If both are pointing to the same value, I mean to say both the sums are same, then you can print anything. That's not be an issue at all. Either you print odd sum or even you print a even sum also, no problem. It meaning of same. Else if even sum is pointing a greater than odd sum, nothing but odd sum is greater than even sum, then we can print here even sum. Okay, now if even sum is pointing lesser than odd sum, then we can just print here odd sum. Let's say 145, yes, 6, 1889, 16. Correct? Yes, please look into this program and let me know, do you have any questions in this program? All right, so guys, have you done with this example? Guys, are you done with this example? And do you have any questions about this example? Do you have any questions regarding this example, guys? Okay, so yeah, if everything is okay, so I'm done with the today's examples. Tomorrow we are moving to the another set of examples. Okay, do you have any questions? Please let me know. There is another minute left, so we'll quickly sort that. If not, we are just end up the session for today. So hope everything is clear, right? All right. So yeah, I'm done for the today's session. Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, so very good evening to all of you. Just wanted to check the audio and video. Guys, I just wanted to check the audio and video is clear. Guys, I just wanted to know I just wanted to know the uh, okay. I just wanted to know the video and audio connection. Can you please let me know fast? Okay, so no response at all. Guys, just type a text. Say that if it is fine, just type a text, okay? And nothing else. I'm not asking anything else from that. Okay, no issues. So I'm just moving ahead for a today's session with some more examples of some more examples of loops related stuff. Okay, so I'm just continuing the same thing on the loops today also. Okay, let us make sure that just have some more example. Yesterday we have seen some examples, and yeah, they'll just take something new into this. Okay. Yeah. First, let us say read a number as input. We just need to read a number because from yesterday we are just working only on a number systems, right? So let me just I'm just taking today also numbers, and then after this we will also moving into strings also. Okay, right? So yeah. So what we're gonna do is just wanted to read a number as an input, and then let us check once what we have for the last example. So then Okay, so then the last example is even or odd sum, and if it is greater, then we are just going to that option, right? So now what actually we're gonna do is, okay, what actually we're gonna do is we will just wanted to check for the uh, let's say print the reverse of the given number. Okay, it means, for example, whatever the number you're sending or whatever the number you're passing as an input for this, okay, and that input, right, should be reversed. Or for example, whatever the input you are supplying for that, for example, I'm supplying an input of, let's say, 145, as we are expected output as, let's say, 541, a single number. You're expecting an input as a 3-digit number, your output is also be a 3-digit number only, right? So after having a 3-digit number and a 3-digit number input and output, okay, so it's not a 541. That was the different example. We were extracting a digits, but it is not extracting a digits. We are just wanted to read a number and then we have to reverse it. Okay, so for that case, what actually we have to do is, let me just read input, because this is the mandatory for anything which you wanted to read a single line of input. When we are reading a single line of input for this, right, when we have a single line of input for this, let me just take this number is not equals to 0. Okay, let's say if a number is not equals to 0, I just wanted to get inside a loop, right? So what type of algorithm we have to apply on for this one? Okay, there would be a one standard algorithm. There would be a one standard algorithm. If you wanted to reverse any type of a number, when you wanted to reverse any kind of a number, we just have a specific algorithm for this. So what algorithm it is, for example, reverse of any number is equals to a reverse cross 10 plus the remainder, right? And this particular one, this particular statement should need to be placed inside a loop based on the input numbers. Okay, it means if it is input is a 3-digit number, if an input is a 3-digit number, this loop anyhow repeats for how many times? 3 times, correct? This particular loop will be repeats for what? 3 times. So based on that repetition, okay, I wanted to execute this statement also for a 3 times. So after this end of it, we can able to get the reverse, right? Let's say I'm just making a reverse is equals to 0. First of all, I'm reading a reminder for this. That is n modular division of 10, which gives you the reminder, right? And every time I wanted to reverse cross multiplication of 10 plus r, this is a standard equation. We will try to evaluate the statement by using this program. Okay, okay, so then I just wanted to do the same. Right, so then after this, after we have completed this 3 instructions inside a loop, what actually I wanted to do is I wanted to print a reverse of it. Okay, remember that this could be outside the loop, right? I don't know whether you're practicing this or not, but when you practice these examples only, you will understand the importance of the indentation. If you doesn't have a proper practice, I'm sure you will face a lot of issues when it is comes to the development factor, right? When you look at it, it is very simple. There is nothing wrong with the codes. But when you start evaluating the code, when you start writing the code, obviously you will face a lot of difficulties. So that's the reason I'm telling you, practice of that. Even though 3 lines program also, if you practice it, that will be gives the more attention rather than seeing it on the somebody's, right? So then let us understand the evaluation of this code. Okay, so first of all, if number is not equals to 0, what is that? If a number is not equals to 0, assume that the input is let's say n. So assume that input is 145, correct? When it is 145, it is not 0. Okay, now when it is not 0, what we wanted to do is we wanted to make 145 a modular division of 10, right? By using this statement. When we have this statement is executed, we have a next immediate statement is reverse is equals to reverse. What is the reverse value by default here? 0, correct? 0 cross 10, that would be a 0, correct? So that I can write something like this. The first statement, okay, I'm just making you the R value is equals to 145 modular division 10, which is basically 5, correct? Then reverse is equals to what? Reverse value 0 by default, cross 10 plus 5, so that the reverse value is also 5. And n value is what? N double division of 10. It means to say that it is, let's say, 14, correct? It is, let's say, 14. So when you say 14, which is again go back, it means if it is inside a loop, it will check this condition all the time until it becomes a 0. Until it becomes a 0, it is going to do that. So when it is not equals to 0, when it is basically a not equals to 0, it is again continuous, right? So now what is the R value you will get here? R is equals to 14 is modular division 10, which you'll get it as 4. And the reverse is equals to previously reverse value is 5 cross 10, and then we can say the value called 4. It means 50 plus 4, it is 54. Okay, and then n value will be again go back to let's say 14 is double division of 10, which gives the value called 1. So this is for the loop 1, correct? And this goes to the loop number 2. Okay, in this loop number 3, because 1 is not equals to 0, correct? So R value should be what? R value should be 1 is modular division of 10, which is basically answer is 1. Don't say it is 0. 1 is double division of 10, which will be a 0, guys. Okay, reverse is equals to 54 is the reverse value previous loop, and cross 10 plus 1, it gives you 541. And n will be 1 double division by 0, sorry, 10 becomes a 0. So automatically when it is 0, it is going to print the reverse value here. So in this reverse value, what we are expecting an output is, let's say 145, we are giving an input. So 571. Okay, so we have given 175. 571 is the output. It's a single number. Remember that it's a single number. Okay, based on this, okay, so very good evening. Just wanted to check the audio and video connection. Oh, guys, I just wanted to check the audio and video connection. Is that fine? Guys, can you confirm the audio and video, please? Do you have, is my audible? Is I'm audible, first of all? Guys, am I audible? Guys, am I audible? Yes. Is there any response from you that is I'm audible? Guys, I'm expecting at least a simple answer, right? I'm not asking you questions, okay? I'm asking you whether I'm audible or not. That's it. Even you're not fulfill that, let us say, I need to understand whether at least am I at least I'm audible to you or not. That is what I'm asking. Nothing much. I'm not asking your. I'm not asking any questions. I'm not asking anything from you. Okay. Okay. So let us see. We have done some examples in the last class, right? So now let us moving forward. Then we are just today we are just introduce something called the another loop. So we have left with one more looping statements, that is a for loop we have left. Okay. So before we start the looping functionalities, let's say a for loop functionality especially. So we just wanted to look after some other set of functions, which is again a predefined functions. Okay. So how this predefined functions are basically working, why this particular predefined functions are having. Okay, all these things we will try to look at. The first predefined function we have to look at here is ORD. That is something called ordered function. It just takes any single character as the input. It just takes any single character as the input, and it returns you a numbers. It returns you a number. What is this number is? Okay. So when you just wanted to just look at this, and you need to check what is this number is. Okay. The number is, it takes any a single character as input. It just takes any one single character as the input for it, and it just gives the output. It just gives the output as a 65. In this case, it is giving a number output as 65, right? So what is this 65 is about is prints the ASCII number of the given of the input character, right? So it means the maximum, right? You need to understand here the capital A to Z, it starts from 65 to 90. Okay, this is the first character set. Okay, similarly, if you just look at ORD of a small character which starts from 97, it means it just can add over here. It's a very important to understand, that is 97 to 122 is the small character range. And if you just look at numbers at digits 0 to 9, which starts from 48. Okay, let's say 0 to 9, which is basically right, which is basically something called 48 to 57. And there is a last one that is a space character, a single space character. A single space character, what it does, it gives the output called 32. Right? And this gives a single space character, gives the output called 32. You just need to remember this particular the character sets length. You have to remember this compulsory. It just need to start from 65 uppercase character, lowercase character starts from 97, and the small character of a will start, digit of 0 starts from 48, and a single space character will starts from 32. Okay, please look at this particular ASCII number series. If you have, please note down this ASCII numbers, because this is will be important for you. This will be very important for you. This will be a very important for you. All right, so hope you are clear with this, right? So then similarly, this is ORD is a predefined function. Okay, now you just remember that ORD is a predefined function, as like a print, as like a the input function. Similarly, ORD is another function which basically do this. Okay. Next, there is something called another function called char. So what it does, it takes the input of ASCII number, returns the character as the output, right? A function of char takes ASCII number as an input and returns the character, respective character. Okay, so see that 68 is representing a character of capital D. Similarly, char of, let's say, 100, it is a lowercase character something. Okay, and then we can just say char of let's say 54, which is going to give a digit. Okay, and a char of a simple input character is 32, which gives you a single space character as the output. It like vice versa. First, it is taking a character and returns the ASCII number output. Now, this takes the ASCII number as an input, returns the character as the output. Okay, please do look at this particular cells also, because I'm telling you these are the useful things in the coming days. Might be today or tomorrow. These are the important basics for that. Okay, so hope it's clear, right? Right. So the next thing which we are looking at, some another predefined function we are looking at after this. Okay. So the another predefined function which we are looking at here is the function name called range. It means it just gives the a certain range, and this function is available in different parameters. It will be available in 3 different variants, I can say. So in that case, if you just look at this option, right? If you just look at this option, uh, I can pass a single parameter as the input. Okay, I can just what? Passing a single parameter as the input. What it does, it automatically set range function if it is only one parameter, only one value as the input, then the range starts from 0 and ends with input value minus 1. It means up to 9 it will be considered, 0 to 9. Okay, now this is my first one. Now let us write same range function with the two parameters. Let's say 1 comma, let's say 10, or let's say 5 comma 10. Okay, in this case what will happen, this will set, right, the given range function sets the start value as 5. Okay, the ends value will be input second parameter value minus 1, nothing but let's say 10 minus 1 in this case, so that it will consider, it means a range function will not consider the second limit, it only consider the first limit. It means it will start from 5, something like this, 5 6 7 8 and 9, only 5. Here what will happen, it will start from 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9, that's it. Okay, next, the same range function takes you three parameters also input sometime. Okay, three parameters also it takes the input. So how do we do that? First, let's say 1 comma 10, let's say if you just take it as a 2 will be considered as a step. So now let me just write here. Okay, this range function will set the start as 1, okay, end value as 10 minus 1, and the last two will be act as step, right? Act as a step in the sense it will be like this, 1 3 5 7 and 9, something like this. Okay, it is auto incrementing, it's a plus plus, it's something like a I plus 4 or I plus 2, something like that. You can just give any value to it, it's 100% fine. Let's say range of 100 comma 150, or let's say 160 or something like that. Okay, so then if I just give a 5 as a step, what it does, the output will be something like this. Okay, 100 105 110 115 120 125, something like this. It just go up to the last value, and the last value will not be considered, before the last will be the output for this. Okay, three varieties of a range function. Please look at this. Once we have once you got a proper idea on this, we will just move into a for loop now. Just I'm giving you another 2 minutes to observe this. All right, so do you have any questions up to here? Guys, do you have any questions here up to this? Okay, so if not, we were just moving to the next option now. Okay, let us, we will actually start a loop here. Okay, we will actually start something like how do we write a something like a for loop first of all. Okay, so yes, we'll just try to write we'll try to write a for loop syntax here. Okay, so let us make a for loop syntax will looks like this. For this in a local variable, okay, which is within the loop. Local variable in the sense loop variable, I can say, right? Otherwise, if you want a little more here, you can write a loop variable in, you write a range values or a group of values. Okay, it might be a list or it might be a range or it might be something. Then you write a loop statements over here. Here there is no need to write any kind of incrementing or any kind of a decrementing. Okay, so automatically the values will be get increased and the values will be get decreased. Okay, so same thing, if you just look at here a group of values. Okay, so in this group of values, you might place anything here. Okay, you can place anything here, or you just write a range function also. You write a list of values or list of parameters. You might write a dictionary. You might write a tuples. Okay, and then you might write a sets. Any way object you can pass over here. A range values, which is having a set of values. Okay, each time a value will be get jumps into a loop variable. Okay, and that will be get executed, and each time the loop statements will be evaluated. Okay, say simple example I can write here. If I in the range function I'm writing, which I wanted to display the values from 1 to 10. Okay, so then I can just write a print a local variable of I, or you can just say loop variable. Okay, the intention is to print the values from 1 to 10. Okay, so let us see what is printing. So as I told you that just the before the example starts, the before just before we are just starting a loop, we have been discussed about it that the second range will not be considered. For example, you wanted to print 1 to 10, you have to write +1 to the last variable. It means like I need to write a same loop, something like this. Same loop, but I just need to write just look at these two loops so that you will understand. So what is the changes we have done here? The changes what we have done is here we wanted to print actually 1 to 10 as the function of range is unable to consider the second value. Okay, so it's just printing up to 9, correct? So if you wanted to make a 10 also, you need to write a +1 to that because that is the nature of it. For example, I'm writing the same for loop, right? I'm just giving only range function with only one value. What will happen? Let's say I wanted to say something like a 25. Okay, what happened here if I'm giving a 25? Because I don't have any start value for this, correct? I don't have any start value for this, but default automatically the range function will take it as a 0. Okay, by default it is taking as what? 0, and the last value it will be considered as what? 24. Am I correct? Right, this is single parameter, this is a 2 parameters. Okay, one more example I need to show here, that is a in the range of 1 comma 10 comma 3, for example step 3 or 2, something like that. So I wanted to print the values over here. What is that values? I. You just use the and symbol and just see that it just every time it is incrementing a +2 to that. Not only this, you can just write any example, right? Let's say 100 comma 150 comma 5. I'm giving a step range. When I'm giving a step range of 5, you see that it just starts from 5. When it is able to reach for the final value, automatically the loop will be get terminated. Correct? So please, just wanted to everybody need to look at this particular stuff, right? It's a very important as the loop gets starts for loop. Okay. So now let me know once you observe this. I'm just giving you a 3 minutes time. Please look at all the cells. All right. So hope it's clear, right? So this is for the different varieties of a for loop statement, correct? The next thing which we have to understand here, let's say uh, print the numbers from, let's say I wanted to print from 10 to 1, right? I just wanted to print a numbers from, let's say what, 10 to 1, nothing but reverse order with the help of range and a for loop. What is that? You just need to use a range function and then followed by you have to use a for loop to it. Okay, now how do we write this process? How can we write it? Okay, so simple. What I can do is very important. This question is very important, guys. This question is very important, especially for Python programming or Python related stuff. They might ask you this question. Okay, so first of all, I'm just trying to write a loop from 10 to 1, right? How do we write a 10 to 1 here? It's pretty simple. You just understand. Okay. First, for loop, make sure that you write a local variable as whatever you want. It doesn't mean that I, okay? It doesn't mean that it is I. Most of the people say that it is I only, but it's not that. You can write any variable name. Let's say I'm writing here X, and I'm just writing a range function. Okay, and I wanted to print a value called X and just wanted to print here end value. Okay, so what is the input parameters for the range function to make it values to be printed from 10 to 1? Okay, start value supposed to give it as 10, last value supposed to give it as 0. Instead of incrementing, we are just going for a decrement. You just see the parameters. You need to understand the parameters. Parameters right now we have given in the reverse order, correct? The first parameter we have given end value. Second parameter we have given a start value, as we are expecting to print from a reverse order. Okay, so for that what we need to do is -1 for it. We just need to use for what? -1, so that automatically it will be get worked out. Okay, is that clear? Is that clear? For example, you wanted to print from another set of range. Let's say 100, comma, let's say 1. In the reverse order, I wanted to print -10. Okay, you just look at here. Values is going to print it in the reverse order. Each time I wanted to decrease the values to -10 of it. I need to very simple, very simple to do it. In Python, especially with the help of a range function and with the help of the for loop, we can do the reverse. Will be a pretty much simple. Okay, now please look at this. I'll just give you another 3 minutes. Please follow this 2 cells. All right, so hope you have clear with this stuff, right? So any questions up to here, up to here right now? Okay. Any questions here up to this? Guys, do you have any questions up to this? Okay. Then the major question here is both while and do while, right? Both while and do while is sorry, both while and a for loop, especially for Python programming if you're talking, right? So in this case, both are looping statements, right? Right? Your for loop and a while loop both are loop statements. Okay. So if you just have a both or loop statements, then what is the difference here? Right? What is the difference between a for loop and while loop? Okay. Both are using for a same, right? Both are using for a same reason. It means like it is using for a loop, second is also using for a loop, correct? So in this case, what is the difference we can hand over, right? The first difference is while is used when there is no there is what I can call it as exactly there is no limits of a loop, or else you can even call it as like this. While loop is used when the user does not know the number of iterations, right? It just used when the number of iterations doesn't use, will use this. Okay, when it is for loop is used, a for loop is used when the user knows exact the number of inputs, right? These are the very important, especially for an interview point of also, it is pretty much important. Okay, please just try to understand this. Try to understand this. This is very important in terms of your what I can say, the interview point of view. Okay, so they might ask you directly this question: if both are having the same looping statements, both are pointing as a loop statements, what could be the difference? What could be the difference between what could be the difference between a for loop and a while loop? If you just take a for loop, you required a proper number of iterations. Okay, and and if you are using a while loop, it means that you're supposed to know, you're not aware of what the input numbers are, what exactly the input numbers. If you doesn't know that, then we can just go ahead for the first option. Okay, now I hope I'm clear with this, right? Do you have any questions here? Okay, somebody has dropped, I guess. Okay, might be somebody have an internet issue, I guess. She has dropped it. Okay, fine. So even we'll try to end up the session for today. Okay. So that is what for today's session. In the next session, we will get starts with data structures of a Python programming. I hope you're practicing every day. Okay, you're practicing every day, and right? After practicing every day, you will get a very good knowledge as soon as you go forward. Okay, all right. So thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow then. All right. So yeah, pretty good evening to all of you. And only one person. Okay, I guess another person is still joining. So we're gonna wait for 2 minutes time. Let us make the way to join. Then we will get off session. We'll get starts with the today's session. All right. So I hope, yeah. So I guess we can get on the session now. All right. So I guess we were been discussing about. I guess we have done with the yeah loops. We have done analysis also. We have finished it. Okay. So then today we are talking about little into a data structures of Python programming. Very important from now onwards. I hope I can say that you guys are practicing. I hope you're doing well. Okay. So I don't know how much percentage of you're doing it. I don't know how much percentage of you're not doing it. I'm just helpless regarding that because you're not asking any questions. That depends on you. Okay. So today I'm just getting into a very important topic in Python programming, that is data structures of Python. Your Python data structures are of a couple of types. One is list, next is a tuple, next one is a dictionary, and the next one is a set. Okay, there are four different types of data structures in Python. Like data structure, what does mean by data structures? Most of the people have this question, right? So data structure is something which we have certain things to be managed, or the range of things. right? Or the range of things, like a huge things are present. Okay, so when you have a huge number of data is present, when you have a huge number of data is present, how do we handle it? How do we sort it? How do we let's say search it? Okay, so in that particular way, right? So there is a huge process of doing it. Okay, so for that we can just do like this. Okay, for that process we have data structures in Python. Before we talk about data structures in Python, let us first of all let us understand what does the Python means, what does the data structure means. Okay, let us say make a data structures in Python. If you just look at the data structures of Python, but not only not in this Python. Okay, let us just understand what is the mean of data structures. Okay, let's say organize data in a proper format is basically called as a data structure. When you wanted to organize a huge amount of data, right? It's just not a small data. Okay, anytime if you have a data structure comes into the place, the first and foremost thing you need to remember that it's a huge amount of data which is involved in that. Okay, that is called a data structure. So when you just have a data structure, right? When you have a data structure, okay, this data structure this data structure is consists of this data structure is consists of uh, sort, search, update, and delete operations. Right? It means if you have a huge data, obviously there is a requirement. There is a requirement to make a certain things to be done. What is that? First thing is you need to sort, you need to search, you need to update, and you need to delete it. Okay, so in this all of these four regions, in the all these four regions, your data structure will be a suitable data structure. Okay, if some data structure performs the well and good in all of these four different areas, okay, so that we can consider as that data structure will be a very effective data structure. Similarly, if you just do the same in Python, we have a four different type of objects. What you can call it as, there are four different type of objects of Python. Okay, so that satisfies this the four options like search, sort, delete, and update. Okay, so when we have a basic list, okay, we'll get on to the first object called list. We'll get on to the first thing called list, right? So the list is a primary data structure in Python. Very easy and a very primary data structure in Python. Okay, which is used for most of the realistic problems, right? It means the list is basically, otherwise I can just write like this: lists are just like dynamic arrays. Okay, like if you just look at a C or a C anyhow doesn't have the dynamic arrays, and in C++ we have a dynamic arrays. In Java also we have a dynamic arrays. Okay, similar to that. It means, what is the meaning of a dynamic things here? Okay, it means when you just look about, especially for a dynamic things. Okay, dynamic things. First thing is you can increase the size at runtime, and you can delete any item at runtime. Okay, and even you can do this. Okay, if you just able to perform this at runtime, in the sense it's just a matter of running this program at the server end, or when you just place this application on the server and the client is using it, that's called runtime. Correct? At the runtime, if it is able to perform all of these operations like size increasing, updating, or deleting, right? So if you are able to perform this kind of things, that's called runtime data structures or runtime dynamic arrays. Okay, now so that is how even we can do all of this, right? So this is all about it, basic thing. Okay, next, list is one of the primary data structure in Python. All right, what you can do, it just contains a lot of items in it. Okay, so yeah, it's one of the primary data structures in Python programming. And then uh, the list, right? The list is basically created, or you can just define in Python inside square brackets. It means this brackets. Okay, now next, each item in the list is separated by comma operator, right? It is separated by a comma operator or commas. Okay, next, the next thing is list can have any number of items and any number of items and which is same type of data, or different type of data. Okay, just try to understand this a few things, just try to concentrate on this couple of points. The first point we are looking at here is list is one of the data structures, primary data structures, nothing but it's a commonly used data structure in Python, used for most of these operations: update, delete, and increase the size of it. Okay, and the second thing is, when you are trying to define a list in Python especially, you need to declare something in Python with the square brackets. Why especially I'm talking as a square brackets here is, there are some other set of objects in Python. There are some other set of objects in Python will be defined with a different brackets, I can say. Like you are using right now a list will have a square brackets. You might use something like tuple, okay, that is having a parenthesis. Okay, and then you may have let's say dictionary, right? It is used within the what you can call curly braces. Okay, and you have a sets that is also be in curly braces. Like there are several objects, so that's the reason when somebody is trying to do this. Just give me a minute. Your boss is calling. All right, so hope this is clear, right? The next thing is, as your boss is telling that there are some miscommunication is happened. So as he said, as he wanted to pass the information that every day it is 7:30 only, not 7:15. Okay, please do remember that. Okay, let us first define empty list. Let us make sure that define some empty list. So what is the meaning of empty list? Let's say I'm writing a list object and make sure that I'm giving a list as empty, no elements in this. Okay. Otherwise, if you want a little more clarity, my underscore list, right? So this will be a little more clear where you just have a list with this, right? So we just have a list which is doesn't have any values in it. Okay. This is the first type of a list. Okay. The second type of a list is having same type of data. List is having a same type of data. So how do I do it? My underscore list one. Okay, I'm writing a list one. Okay, list one, list is already defined there, right? So let me write some numbers. Okay, this is also be accepted. Okay, you wanted to print the values here? Yes, it is 100% possible. You just display this values. Here it is an empty list. There is no values in it. There is no values in it. This is the having. And the next one is what I mean is list is having a different type of data. List is having a different type of data. Let's say I'm just writing list two. Okay. First, I'm writing one integer, one string, right? And I'm trying to write one more string. I'm writing some float. All right. So I'm just trying to write a different types of data and which is not same as the previous one. So just observe this three here. Let us observe this three here. What is the first one we are looking at? It is the empty list object. It is something called empty list object. There is no values in it because we are defining a list which is of empty brackets, right? We are just having a list which is of empty brackets. And the second one is the list, the list, the list which is having a same type of data. There is no other values here. All are integral values or integers. Not only integers, you can also make a list which is of a what I can say string also. Okay. Okay. Just look at here. This is the same type of data, which is something called what is that integer, right? This is the same type of data, which is a string type of data. Okay, now see that there is a two different types of data, but both are representing the same, right? And if you just look at the middle one, if you just look at the middle one, in this middle one, we have some data, which is the data is not same type. The one which is representing a what? Float, the one which is representing an integer, the one which is representing a string, and the one is representing in sorry another string, something like that. Okay, so guys, I just want you to observe this for a couple of minutes. Okay, right? Just observe this couple of cells, and if you have any questions regarding this, you just let me know. So I hope you have clear with this, right? So if you have any questions, you just please put up on chat so that we can discuss it. So then, very important thing we need to understand how a person is trying to. I just wanted to read a value from this. Okay, I wanted to read a value from this particular list object. When I wanted to read a value from this list object, when I wanted to read a value from this list object, how it is possible? Like if it is one, we can, it's fine, right? If it is two, also fine. If you have, imagine that you have a list which is almost have a 1000 records, or it might be a 1 lakh records, right? Okay. So In that case, how right? How can it process? How can it basically work together? Okay. Now you need to recall there is another concept called, there is a concept called index, right? There is a concept called index, right? So using this index, or some people will call it as a script, type script, or some people will call it as a subscript. Anything is same. Okay, anything is same. Either you write as the index or you write it as a subscript. Both is the same meaning. Both are having a same meaning. For example, if you're trying to do this index, okay, if you're trying to do this index will have that process. Okay, index will have that particular process. Okay, now is that clear? Now by using this index, okay, I'm trying to read a values from it. Okay, so when I wanted to read a value, let's say print my underscore list one, I'm just using a third cell, and index anyhow always starts from 0. Index always starts from 0. My underscore list one of, if you just look at a second index, it is 3. See that this is what the list is right now, correct? So in this list, this is arranged at 0 position and this is arranged at third position. See that this is arranged by 0 and this is arranged at a third position. Nothing but 0 1 2 it is, right? 0 1 2 it is. Okay, so similarly if I wanted to do this again, okay, so if I wanted to do this again for multiple values, it means what you required 100%, I wanted to repeat over the range of the values, right? We just wanted to see that over the range of these values, correct? So whenever you just see that range of values, obviously what you required is, you required a sum loop, correct? Right? This is required a some loop, right? So that's the reason, right? Right, so how do we write a simple loop to do it? Okay, before we go into this, there is the other style we can just look at here, right? So what you can do is, let's write a length of this list. Let us, we have a function name called length, len. Okay, so when we have a length, we can able to basically we can range this values, right? So for I in, we know already range function last class, right? I'm just passing the input as the length of the list. I'm passing as an input for this, okay? And each time in this loop, I'm trying to give you some value with a specific index, right? I'm passing some specific index over here. So then what will happen if you just look at the output over here, because it's a my list one, okay? So because my list is an empty list, correct? See that these are the 6 items we have, right? Correct. So when we have these 6 items, how would these 6 items are representing here? The 6 items are representing this will be a 0 position, nothing but length of my list. It means a 6 will come here, right? Indirectly, this entire statement, I can say that range of 6, correct? Yes or no? Because my length of list is representing 6, so that each time it will goes 0 to 5 here up to this, correct? and in this values of this list, it will be print each time of the list will get this value, let's say 0. Second time, I mean when the loop is repeating, right, it goes up to my list of, let's say 6. So 6 will not have, it is not considered because it's a range function. It will consider only up to 5, correct? So that within that range it will print for 6 values. Am I clear with this? Right, so please look into it. Do you have any questions? Please let me know. Right, so guys, is that clear? Right, so do you have any questions here? It means, let's say if you are trying to do the same from the forward direction, okay, if you're just trying to do the same thing from a forward direction, your index starts always from a 0. Okay, in Python there is a specialty in Python. What is that specialty is, even you can print a list values from the reverse order also. So it means your reverse index of the list, as we have, just please be clear about this one, guys, be clear about this one. Okay, your start index is always starts from what, 0. Okay, and goes on up to the last index will be length minus 1. This is the forward direction I'm talking. Whenever you're trying to do this, it's in a forward direction, and you are having a values like this. There is the list we can even print from a reverse order. In the reverse index, your index will always starts from negative number, right? And it goes up to the length minus length, right? It goes up to the minus length in a reverse order. Okay, now is that clear? You understood? So you just I mean, you might have a problem. Let us say that my underscore less to one, I'm trying to write minus one. You believe it or not, minus one index you never see in any other language. You will only see that in the Python programming. Okay, so let us see that my underscore list one of minus two, minus three, something like that. You will just see that reverse order of the index is always in that particular region. For example, somebody asked me to print values in the reverse direction. How do I do it? It's pretty simple. I can just write length of my list as the uh, parameter, right? As we have already seen this, right? In the above example, if we just look at here, right? It is just something like this, correct? But a second parameter, I'm passing it as a 0. And third parameter, I'm passing it as minus 1. Okay. Otherwise, we can just do like this. The first parameter I'm passing as minus 1. Second parameter, I can pass it as length of my list. Okay. Right. And just say minus 1 to it. Okay. Yeah. So it is starts from minus 1 and this goes to 0 and the reverse direction minus 1. Okay, now just a second, I just missed some logic here. Okay, so it is index out of range. We'll just make sure that write a second parameter as minus 1. No possible. Let's say 1. Why it is giving us okay, range will have okay, so 1 will be printing minus 1 and let's say minus 1. No, okay, let's say it is printing 3 values. No chances. Up to minus 3. Okay, up to length of minus yeah, this could be a fine. Okay, goes to the minus 1. Okay, so minus 1 is not required. Okay, fine. You can just go up to the minus 1 index. Okay, you can even go for you can go for the plus 1 to it, right? Yeah, anything is same. Okay, anything is same. Okay, so the last index will be considered as 1, so it just going for a minus 1 up to that length process. Okay, so if you just look at here, right, this is a start value, correct? This could be the end value and this could be the step. Okay, similarly, but just changing the simple process of doing it. Okay, now is that clear? Yes, please look into it. Then we'll just move. Okay, guys, do you have any questions here up to this? This is printing a list in forward because it is supporting an index from 0 to length, and this is the length in reverse direction, and the last index is always represented -1. Okay, is that clear? Let me define this a list again here. Let me just define the list again. And now let us see that I just wanted to update a value from the list. So how do I update it? It's pretty simple. You just pointing which index value you wanted to update. Let's say I wanted to update the third index to some other value. Let us see whether the value is updated or not. See that earlier in the third index, we have a value called 4, right? Yes or no? You have a value called 4 in the third index. But as once you have done it, it is got replaced by 1990 because we have just replaced it. For example, you wanted to delete any value, right? Let's say I can use del keyword. This is Python keyword, guys. This is another Python keyword to delete any list value. Let's say I can delete a something value called 2. So after this, oh, my list 1. Okay, sorry. So then if I'm trying to display this list, say that the second index value earlier 3, right? After using a del keyword to delete a value, then automatically that particular method has that particular value has got deleted. Okay, for example, you wanted to insert a value into the list. For example, this is the next case. Let's say my underscore, let's say this is for I'm trying to insert a value into the list. Okay, so my list value is what? List. Already I have how many indexes? Because you look at here, this is 1 2 3 4 5 indexes. It means 4 indexes. I wanted to insert at fifth index. Let's say I wanted to insert something called 9998. This will be a problem. List assignment is out of range. Please keep this error in mind. Please keep this error in mind. This is an error you will find very frequently in Python programming. I'll tell you how to process, let's say how to overcome this problem also. Okay, please look at here, and then we are just moving to the next. All right, so is it done, guys? Is that finished? All right, so yeah, so right now we are just moving into a list methods. Okay, so I guess the time will not be sufficient for today. So I'll do one thing. Tomorrow I'll extend 5 minutes for the beyond the time, because within the 5 minutes I could not able to complete even one method also. So we'll see that thing tomorrow. Okay. All right. So thank you so much, guys, for your participation. We'll see you tomorrow. All right. So, guys, a very good evening. Just a simple task again. Guys, I'm just waiting every day for almost 10 to 15 minutes. So it's just a waste of time for me if you are not joining properly on time. So at least 5 minutes is fine. It's almost a 12 minutes. You just took my time. Okay. So make sure that let's follow the proper timings. Okay. If you have a problem, just inform me or inform to the concerned person. Okay, so then accordingly we will make sure that we'll try to adjust the timings. Okay, so unnecessary, I don't want to waste my time to wait for more time on this. Okay, so hope you understand why I'm talking is because I have some other things also, right? So without hang, I just wanted to wait for more time. It just the wasting of your time at the same time my time also. Okay, so make sure that if you have any glitch or any kind of problems you have, just let us know before that. Okay. Okay. Okay, let us get on to the yesterday's session. We need to start some okay, so we need to start some we supposed to start some the list related methods. Okay, so yesterday we have completed some list introductions and a couple of list examples we have done. Okay, today list related things we'll try to learn. Okay, so if that's it in terms of some of the predefined methods like. Okay, so it's just a matter of understanding some methods and the functions of a list. Okay, let us see what does the a couple of methods we have. Okay, let me first okay, and then we are just trying to talk. Okay, so yeah, so we'll try to look at some methods now. Before that, I just wanted to check the what I have finished in the last class. Let's say a couple of things we have done, and I have shown you one the error which occurs in list insertion, right? So what is my intention in this last example is I wanted to insert a value at the last position of the list, but the Python does not allows me, a programming of Python is not allows me to put that value inside of it. Okay, so it just giving me an error called index error. It is possible you can update it, even you can even delete it, correct? But the insertion is not directly possible with the help of the statements which I have been in the last session. So for this reason, we need to learn this couple of things: a list methods and list functions. Okay, let's say my list. I just wanted to take a list which is of a same type. Okay, I'm just taking a 6 numbers over here in the list. Okay, the first and foremost method of this will be, okay, let's first we'll learn functions. Okay, we'll try to learn list functions first of all. Very simple. You might find a little problem again. What does the mean of function and what does mean of method also? Okay. Uh, it's when you talk about the development of a function or a method, it's same. There is no differences. Okay. Function you define, it is same. Function you write, it is same. Method you define it, method you write it, it is same. There is no changes in that. Okay, now, but what exactly the problem? What exactly the difference of function and a method is? When it is comes to an object oriented, right? When you are talking about exactly an object oriented, you will clearly understand the difference between a function and method. And by the time You remember one thing, functions are independent blocks. Functions are what? Independent blocks. You can call or you can use it anytime. Whereas methods are dependent blocks because it is customized or it is consumed within the class. Whenever you wanted to consume a method or whenever you wanted to use a method, consuming that particular method, you always require to use from the input of the given class. Okay, now so that's the reason we have something like list object. We are doing it. The first method of a list functions, the first method, list functions. The first function is the length function. What did this particular function do us? It will returns the length of the list. It just returns you a length of the list. It means, for example, let me just take you a simple example over here. It's underscore, not, yeah. So just giving a list. So if I'm writing my underscore list is a function. Okay, so let's say length of it. Length is a function, it's an independent block of code, which is again a predefined. We can just use that. It just returns the length of the list. Okay, how many values in this list? 6. Correct. That's gonna be return output. Okay. The second one is the max function. What it does, it will returns the maximum value of the list. Right, so it just it just returns you what is the highest value of the list. Right, the maximum value within the list will be a 6, correct? Right, yeah, even you change it, no problem, you just change it. Okay, all right, so we'll just have this particular list. Okay, and when you just see that length is 9 and the maximum value of the list will be a 55. Okay, and the second one will be a minimum function. What is this function will do us, it will returns, okay, the minimum value of the list. Right, so it just returns your minimum value of the list. What is the mean of this? I'll just write a minimum and just go to my underscore list. It's a minimum value is 1, maximum value is 55. Okay, all right, is that clear? Guys, I just want you to observe this 3 functions very quickly. Just giving you only 2 minutes time. Quickly observe this. All right, so yeah, these are the first three methods of the list. Okay, let me add some more methods over here. Okay, so minimum, maximum, length. Okay, uh, that's two more operators. Okay, that is something called in and not in. There are two operators we have. For example, I just wanted to check whether 6 in the my list or not. It just what it does, this my in operator will tell you whether that particular value is presented in the list or not. Okay, that particular value is presented in the list or not. Or you can say this, for example, let's say 7 not in the my list, whether that particular value is not there in the list or not. This is how it just find out here. Okay, all right, is that clear? There are two simple things, in and not in. In the sense, if something is presented in the list or a dictionary or some other else, any other data structure object, if it is presented in that, it will returns you true. If that is not present, that is something called not in. Okay, whenever you say not in, it will show you something called, yes if not present, otherwise it will show you true if it is not present. Okay, just a vice versa of it. Okay, yeah, is that clear now? It's a very simple, it's not considered as the what I can say, the functions, rather it considered as the simple, what I can call it as simple objects related operators. Okay, okay. The next one we were talking about is the methods of, before that, if you wanted to find an average of that, so how do I do it? All right, there is one more method I forgot, function I forgot to tell you, the function name called sum. Right, this particular function returns the sum of all the items of the list. Okay, so it means, for example, let's say sum of, all right, so this is what the max sum, nothing but adding all the elements of it. If somebody wants to find an average, okay, so what we need to do is, let's say my list. Okay, and we can just use the length so that this will give you the average of it. Okay, yeah, just print an average, that will give you something called avg. All right, yeah, so this is something called in operator, this is something called not in operator, this is the sum function, and there is no average function over here. Rather what we do is we will find a sum and divide with the length of it. What we do is we'll find the first sum of it and then we divide the, and why I'm using a double slash here, if I'm using a single slash, I'm getting the output, but that output is sometimes the decimal values. I don't want this decimal values, I want only the integer value, so that I can use the double slash symbol. Okay, so these are the a couple of functions of a list, right? Very simple functions, it's not that difficult things, very simple. I hope you have just seen this kind of function, but the things which we are looking at right now is the methods of a list. All right, we just look at the methods. The first one is to insert. Okay, for insertion of items, okay, list items, it might, there are a couple of functions here. The first function I'm talking, let's say append. What is the function name? Append. What is this function do us? It will add a new item or element, okay, at the end of the list. What it does, it's trying to add a value at the end of the list. Okay, it means, what I mean is, for example, if I just see this list, I have this particular set of items, right? I wanted to add one value to this. How do I add it? just I can use a function called append, right? Let me add it some other value, let's say 168. After adding, once again I wanted to print this list object. See that what it does, you just observe it carefully. This is what the initial list value or list which we have. And by using this function of append, by using this particular function of append, I wanted to add a new value to this. How do I add it? By using an append function, right? You pass some value to that. That value is always goes to the last position of it. This is my first function. The second function is insert. This particular function, this method, I can say, this method will insert a value, right? This method insert a value at given index, right? It means this is both comes under the same, okay? My underscore list of index. So let me just pass a fifth index. I wanted to go for this value, right? Uh, okay, first the all right, so just wanted to check here. For example, if somebody have a problem to see some method in particular documentation, you may use something called help. You may use what? A help. Okay, when you use the help, we can able to find out over here. So and returns the first index of value, and we are talking about insert. Insert at the index. Okay, right? So let's say I wanted to do the same here. Why it's giving me an error? So value is not present, and then says that first index of the value. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. We are just using an index, not it's an insert. I'm sorry. It's an insert. Okay. Right. Okay. So yeah, so what it does, it inserts two times because we have executed the same cell for twice of it, so that it just showing the output for two times. Okay, these are the couple of methods for inserting a value into the list object. Guys, I'm just again giving you a 3 minutes time. Make sure that everybody quickly go through this. Okay, so this is for inserting certain items or elements. Okay, so for that we use these two methods. Okay, and for example, right? For example, let's say, for example, for search. Okay, so for the searching of items, okay, the first one is a count, right? The first one is the count function. What is this count function do us? It will returns 0 if the value is not exist, or it returns more than 0. Let's say depends on the input repetitions or base. The how many times it is repeats. Okay, it depends on the input value. Okay, this is for search. Okay, so how do we use this function? It's pretty simple. I can just use this. Okay, so let's say I wanted to find a, let's say, count, right? So I just wanted to use that, let's say, one. How many times one is repeated? One time. Okay, similarly I wanted to test like this one. This is not there, so it just returns your 0. And then if this value, for example, 1559, which is repeated twice in this list, correct? It just returns you 2 here. See that count of 1, nothing but how many times 1 is presented in the list. It is only for 1, so that it just returns you 1 over here. And if you just see 1121, which is not there in the list at any time, so it just returns you what? 0. Similarly, if I'm just looking at a number 1559, which is repeated twice in the input list, right? Which is repeated twice in the input list. Okay, so that it just gives the output something called 2. Okay, now I hope is that clear, right? So there is another thing called, right? There is another thing called, let's say, index, right? So that index function, what it was, it will returns the value of the index, right? Whatever the value is there in that given index, that will be written over here. Let's say my underscore list of, I'm just using a function called index, let's say 3. So invalid syntax. Oh, it's because we have just used this. So in the third position of it have a value called 2, right? So this is the value, third index. Okay, so the third, like it just passing a value, you're passing a value, right? So I have written it here. It just returns index of that value. I'm sorry, index of the input value. Whatever you are supplying the input, for that input it returns you the index. If you just look, observe here, index of 3 means where is the 3 is present here? Let's say 3, it is the second position of that index, right? Similarly, there is one more thing. Most of the people have this question, that for example, if a value is not present, what it does? Okay, it just returns you something called the index is not present, the value is not presented in the list. That is called value error. It's not if that is not present in the sense, simple as that, it will just returns you. For example, as we see that 1159 is repeated twice in the list, correct? But what could be the output? That's again a very important question for most of the people. It just returns you the first occurrence from the left side. See that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that the output is 5. Nothing but it just returns you the value from left side direction, first position. Okay, so this is for a couple of method to get or to find out a value is present or not, how the values exist or not. Okay, so this is the simple the couple of functions. Okay, I'm just giving you a 2 minutes again. Just quickly observe that. Okay, so this is for the search. Okay, we have the manual methods. We have a manual process of to do this also. Okay, it doesn't mean that you cannot have a manual process. Even we'll do that manual process also. Okay, once the predefined methods are finished, and then we will actually go to the other way of implementing manually. Okay, the next one is reverse the list. Okay, we have a function called reverse. So what is this function to us? Right, so this function will be reverse the input list. It means it doesn't matter whatever the input it is, right? So I can just use my list, right? So just use the function name called reverse. That's it. So you just see the list now. Automatically, you see that output of the list is in the reverse order. Okay, I didn't do anything in this, correct? I don't have I didn't have any I didn't do any changes here. Just thing is, you can just have a function, and using that function, automatically the input whatever it is got reversed. Okay, now is that fine? And the next thing is we have another function. Okay, we have a function name called this one, the sort. All right, so what is this sort function to us? Simple, whatever the input is passing, the input list will be sorted automatically in, all right, it just automatically sorts in the ascending order. So let's go back here and check. Right, so my underscore list dot a function name called sort. So after this, you try to print the list in the same cell. See that earlier, just see that above cell. Just see the above cell. The above cell is having, right? The above cell is having, right? The above cell is having some list will be in a different formats, right? As soon as you use the sort method, which is automatically sorted. And one important thing which I wanted to tell you here, you can use this anytime. You can just use this anytime, anywhere. Nobody have a problem in this, because most of the sometime what happen is, let's say if you just what you can say, sometime if you're trying to do this, okay, some people will stop using of it. But in Python, this is inbuilt library, you can use it, this stuff, anywhere. And the last one is for removing. Press to remove some elements in the list. Okay, so first we have a function name called pop. Okay, so this, it just returns you the last, it just trying to remove the last item of the list. Okay, you just see that a function name called pop, which is automatically deletes the last element. And you see that the list will be having only 1559, previously 2, right? Now it is having only 1. Okay, this same my underscore list, we have a function name called pop, and you pass the index, which index value you wanted to delete. That index will be deleted, and you can see the output. There is a value in the given index that is 12, will be deleted automatically. But one thing is, We're just using a pop function as the input parameter, as the index to it. All right. All right. So just observe this. All right. So is that all functions? There are almost done. There are a very few functions or methods are left. Okay. So we will try to finish those things by tomorrow's session. So that's basically for today's session, guys. So make sure that, guys, I'm telling you once again, if you have any other works, just inform me a couple of minutes before, or just tell me this particular time is not possible, so that we don't want it. I don't know, especially I and you both no need to wait for much time. Okay. So yeah, that's it, guys. We'll see you tomorrow then. All right. So guys, a very good evening to all of you. uh, Yeah, so just wanted to check the audio and video connection. Hopefully audio and video is clear, right? Okay, so I hope we have done with the list methods in the last class, right? So yeah, okay. So I guess I was done with the list methods, right? Functions we have done, and a couple of methods of a list we have been working on. Let's say sorting a list and removing a list items, reverse search, insertion. Yeah, so these are the couple of methods we in generally use for list methods. Okay, there are some examples we have to just work on right now. This is again related to the list concept. Okay. Okay, so we will try to look at some of the examples related to the list. Okay, so what are the list methods having, and based on that list methods, we will try to figure it out some manual implementation. Okay, sometimes people will may expect, for example, there is something function called count, right? So it basically instead of using the predefined function, somebody or sometime they may expect you to write a predefined code, right? Okay, that's fine. We can directly use it. Or there are sometimes people will particularly ask about implement in a normal situation, normalized way. Okay. So in that case, the how we can probably proceed for that kind of the implementation. Okay. So this is a manual implementation. Okay, so we were trying to look at a count method. Okay, it means what is this count method in generally used in the last class? We have defined the list, and in that list, if any item is repeated for a more than one time, depends on that the count will returns you that value. If not, it will returns you a zero. Okay, similarly, if you have a list, okay, let's say my underscore list is the list object. I'm just trying to figure some elements into it. Okay, let us make the list as a duplicate here. It means some items may are repeated for a multiple times, correct? Right, this is my list object. Okay, if you just observe here, there are some items repeated in this list, right? Let's say this one is repeated, even this one is repeated, and even this is repeated. Same element as repeated for a multiple times. And similarly, this item is also repeated for a couple of times, right? Okay. So based on this, we need to find the count, manual implementation. Okay, so when we wanted to implement a manual, we require to understand. Okay, I'll try to figure it out. Some more examples here. Let us do one thing. We will try to figure it out. Okay, so let us make sure that first we will try to understand functions in Python. I guess we have not come across with this topic, right? Right. Python functions we have not come across earlier, right? Now let us make sure that, right? Let us make sure that we will try to understand first functions. Okay. So how we can write a functions. Okay. And what is the use of the functions in any programming language? It's not about Python, right? It's not about Python. It can be any programming language. Let's say C, we have C++, we have Java, or we have .NET, or whatever the programming language we have. Okay, in all of this particular programming languages, functions is one of the fundamental block, or uh, fundamental thing to divide a program into multiple blocks. Okay, so how actually we define this function? Okay, basically a function is a group of statements, right? It's a group of related statements which performs a specific task in a program. Okay, we will try to have it just meaning of what you just need to understand here. Okay, all right, right. Hello, guys, is that audio is clear now? There is small deviation in the audio connection. I hope it is clear now. All right. So what is this particular function do us? A function will have a group of related statements, nothing but a similar type of a statements, or which can perform a specific task in a program. A specific task in a program, nothing but it just performs the specific kind of information in a program. Okay, so once we perform a specific information, what is the use of this? Okay, the very important thing we need to understand. Okay, function is a value which help you to break our program into a smaller set of units or modules, right? It just basically trying to divide a very lengthy program into a smaller and a modular chunks. It means we can even that particular program is lengthy. If you divide that into a small sets or modules, then it can be easy to readability and maintenance, right? Very important for the most of the developer perspective. Okay, it means, like, for example, whenever you have a lengthy program and you wanted to divide that program into a small units. Okay, and when after dividing that program into a small units, you can basically perform easy readability and easy maintenance, and all moreover it reduce the it's moreover reduce the duplication of the code, nothing but there will not be any same type of code is exist in your program. There'll not be any space same kind of thing. Okay, it means something like this. How do we write a program in Python is we use a def keyword, and then we use a function name, and that you can give any name. Okay, so then you pass the parameters list. Okay, and then you define a body of the function. Okay, and then you write a return statement to end up the function here, functional block. Okay, Guys, everybody just observe this screen for 2 minutes. Just try to understand the points which I wrote over here. Yeah, so all right. So let us understand the definitions here. Okay, what are the words is involved over here? So first of all, we use a keyword that is something called a def. Okay, that marks the start of the function, right? It basically start of that particular function will uses a def keyword. Okay, so in generally we don't require any other return statement. We can just use a function name. We can just use a function name, and that function name that can be identified uniquely in that given program. Okay, so it means that a function name should not be a duplicate. You can just use that name of the function within the given program that's supposed to be unique identifier. And parameters list will be what you can say, it's optional. It means to say that whenever you have a set of variables as an input for the function, we in generally call it as a parameters, right? That parameters is optional, whether you pass it or whether you doesn't pass it, that's fine. Okay, and then let us say body of the function, right? Body of the function defines the certain. It defines a certain requirement, like what kind of requirements you have. Based on that, it will define it. And then we use a return keyword for the return some value, or you can just use for identification. Okay, so let us see, in this case we in general we will try to write some different functions over here. Okay, so I'll just remove this right now. By this time I'll remove this stuff. We'll try to complete every functional concept, and then after that we will move into the remaining aspect of it. Okay, now, so this is what a function. Let us see, we have several different type of functions also. It means sometimes a function is not have any parameters and no return value. Okay, it means, for example, let us see this. I'm writing a function, let's say d apt. Name of the function is test1. Let's say write a parenthesis. Okay, just use a colon symbol. It means to say that define the identity, let's say what you can call it as indentation, right? And then just write a return keyword. Okay, so this function is not taking any parameters and it's not return anything. Okay, so let's say I'm a function. So how do you call it? Once you execute the cell, I wanted to call this function, let's say test1, right? See that in this case of the function, what happened is this is not having any parameters here. Okay, now, and even the return statement, we just keep an empty, nothing but there is no value we are supplying to that. Okay, so that's the reason this particular statement or this simple example will tells you this function doesn't take any parameters and there is no return value for that function. Okay, and the other thing of the other side of the functions are, I'll try to give you one more example. Let's say some functions, right, takes the input argument or a parameter and no return value. Okay, it means, let's say test1 we are talking, we are expecting some input value. Let's say I'm expecting an input called x. I don't want it to return the value, right? Rather, I can just write here a square of the number, or let's say x cross x, which means a function taking an input parameter, not returning any value to this. Let's say 10. Let's say 100 will be the output for this. Okay, now is that clear? Guys, please observe this. I mean, there is a very important aspect for the functions in any programming language. In the programming concept comes compulsory, you need to understand, or you have to understand, the functional concept is a mandatory. I'll tell you who best developers to improve the programming languages. The best thing to improve the programming logics is to divide the program into subblocks. Okay, so when you are implement that program into a subblocks, when you are implementing that program into a subblocks, mostly you can increase the code reusability. Okay, so that's a thing you need to keep in mind always when you are writing a functional things. Okay, so guys, please look at this examples. We will try to come back with the other examples after that. Okay, so these are the two set of functions. Okay, there is another two sets of functions over here. Okay, so here the first one is not having any parameters, and second one is having a parameters. In the both the cases, the return statement is not carrying any value. The return statement we just keep empty for an identification for end of the function. Okay, now let us make a function. Let us make a function with a input parameter. Okay, let us do like this: without parameter and with return value. Nothing but a function is not going to take any value for the input aspect, and it have a return value for statement. Okay, let's say I'm writing a test2 which is not having any parameters. I wanted to return a value, let's say 100. Okay, you return anything. Yes, in this return statement you might return a integer, you might return a string, or you might return a float value that doesn't make any sense in the Python programming. Let's say everything will be considered as the on object. Okay, so let's say this is a string. Okay, so you just write a task3. So this is a look at here in these two examples. Both the examples are fine, but here we are trying to return integer of 100, and we are trying to return here in the terms of a string. It means it doesn't make any sense if you're writing an integer return type or you're writing a string return type. Both will be pointing of a same meaning. Okay, and similarly, if you just look at the last type of functions, let's say a function with input parameter and what you can say with a return statement also. Okay, so let's say a function called, let's say test4, taking an input parameter is something called x comma y, and just returns the value something called x cross y. Nothing but we wanted to return the multiplication of the input number. Let's say test4, we are writing, let's say 10 comma 25, so which is returns the value something called 250. Okay, so these are the another two sets of functions, guys. Mostly whenever you are writing a programs, or whenever you wanted to make sure that you wanted to write any programs, a functional block will makes you a very important task. Okay, so please keep that in mind, make a good practice of the functions topic. Okay, we'll try to give you an examples, but I don't know whether I mean you guys are not responding to my questions, so that's the reason I'm not giving you to write a code. But in generally what we do is when we have a start the functions, we give an assignment to write programs which is already discussed, but you guys are not responding at all. So I'm not gonna do that right now. Okay, fine. Just observe the another two sets of programs and let me know, do you have any questions over here? Okay, so I hope you have cleared with the other all the different type of functions topic, right? So let us make sure that we do write some examples on it so that you will get a clear idea about the even we have already discussed this certain examples, right? We have already discussed this example, but I wanted to convert that examples to a functional block. So in that case, how we can represent that, how we can write a program with the functional block. Okay, so that is what more important. That is what more important. As a developer, you required to write some requirement in a functional block. If you are able to write that in a functional block, and after that, whenever you have that same kind of requirement comes into your project, so what you have to do is unnecessary. You don't need to write a code again, the same code again. What in generally people looks for is they will look for a code which is already present. Okay, so that code we will try to look at right now. Okay, so now let us make sure that we'll write a very simple example. First of all, let's mostly you are will take this example, right? Write a function to print the even numbers between let's say two limits. Okay, two limits, we have to write a function. Okay, so the way writing a function is even numbers. Okay, so this is also follow same as the variables thing. Okay, right, it means the way when we are writing a variables, we used to write underscore symbol to divide two things. Okay, now so similarly, as when we wanted to write the same thing in a functional block, we actually look for the same of it. Okay, so on the top of it we have the function, and that function takes the two arguments. What is the first argument? Lower bound, and the second one is an upper bound, two bonds. And I just wanted to write a simple loop over here. Range of length lower bound plus an upper bound, because upper bound is doesn't considered by a for loop. Let us make sure that write a plus one to it. So as what is the condition to be right here? If I is modular to divisible by 2 is equals to 0, let us print here itself by this time. We'll try to take one more example to return a value from the function. Let's say I'm done with the function right now, and let us use this function and passing an input parameter as, let's say, 10 comma 20. It just gives the output something called list of all even numbers between 1 to sorry, between the two limits. Might be a limit of lower and there might be a limit of upper. So what we have done over here in the function is you just write a function name. You write any name of the function, but write a proper name, a meaningful name to the function. Whenever somebody is trying to write a function, let let us not only you, even other person also need to work, because multiple peoples are working on the same project, so that they wanted to share your code also. So at that point of time, if you write a proper meaningful name, it's not only understand by you, it's also understand by the other person who is working as a code developer for you. So that's the reason, make sure to write like this. And whenever you wanted to write a function, please follow the same as the naming conventions for the variables. We just have it two limits over here. One is upper bound limit and the second one is lower bound limit. So I'm just placing that into a for loop, as we already come across this. Even upper bound is not considered in the for loop. Let's writing a plus one to it. It means you wanted to consider upper bound also. Writing a simple condition to display the output for even numbers. Okay. Now I wanted to write one more example over here. Let's say write a function to print the odd number count between two limits. Okay, we just need to print a odd numbers between a two numbers, but here we are not expecting the numbers over here. Rather, what we are expecting to write the count. Let's say we have a 10 numbers, write a count as 10. Let's say 20 numbers, write a count as 20, something like that. Let's say I'm writing a function name called odd underscore count numbers, odd count numbers, something like that. Okay, just required how many parameters? Lower bound and an upper bound. Just writing a function for I in the range of lower bound is the start value, upper bound is the second highest value, plus one to this, and then I can just write over here. First, I'm writing a count. Let's say what is the count name? O odd underscore count. O underscore count. By default, I'm assigning to what? Let's say 0. If I is modular 2 is not equals to 0, then we can just say that O underscore count plus 1, right? And let's end of this. I wanted to return this function. Hope if you have any questions, I'm just asking you to just quickly let me know what is that. Okay. If you're not asking, I'm just moving forward that if you don't have any problems. Okay. So in these two functions, what actually you have to understand is the function which prints the output within the program, or I mean to say within the function which returns the value to the whenever you call it, the two things. Let us keep an eye on this. I'm just giving you a couple of minutes to observe this. Right, so guys, I hope is it clear? Is that any questions you have? Just let me know, because your future is all about depends on writing the programs into a functions, okay, or a methods. Okay, methods and function doesn't have any difference. The word terminology is differs. When you write a function, it used to write like this. When you write a function, you can write anytime, you can just call it like the way you're writing. But when you wanted to write a method is also same, but only the thing is you have to place that inside an object or inside a class. That's only the difference. You need just one thing. Whenever you are writing something called a function, it's independent. When you're writing a method, it's a dependent. That's it. All right, so let us moving forward on the same. Let us make sure that uh, write a function to display the digits of a number. In this case, what will happen? We are not returning the value, right? Uh, let's say I'm writing digits underscore display of number we are expecting an input. Let's say num. So we don't want it to write any written value for this function, right? Just writing a functional block over here. And within this functional block, let me write number is not equals to 0. First of all, but we can just write the same thing. And let's print R and just make, if you wanted to write in the same line, you just write like this, and number should be double divisible by 10. It's the same thing. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we write a functional over here and then passing us some value called 1889 and just returns the value. See that we have seen the same program earlier also. There is no changes in the logic of a program, but the way of writing a program, the style of a program is be changed over here. Okay, now, so that is one thing you just need to keep in mind while dealing with the functions. The when you write a function block, or when you just write something called write a function where you just trying to do this. Okay, to make sure that the logic of that program is not going to change. The only thing is going to change is the matter of the code beautification, the code understandability, the code reusability will be get changed. Let me write another program. Okay, right? Display the count of even digits in the given program. So how do I write? Let's say even underscore digits underscore count. Okay, name of the function is this, and this input we are expecting something called number. Okay, and then let us make sure that I'm writing number is not equals to 0. Anyhow, we are explicitly we wanted to make it as 0. That's fine. So r is equals to number is modular divisible by 10, and then we are trying to initiate a condition over here. If it is equals to 0, we need to find some count, right? Let us make sure that before you start a loop, let us say even underscore count by default to 0. Okay, this is the global count, and then here if any digit is making that, and then I can just write a +1 to that. Whenever this condition is correct, I wanted to write a +1 to it, and just write number divisible by 10. Return value is supposed to be what? Even underscore count. Okay, so now let me just write a function and just pass the value to this, right? This will give you a digits. How many digits even here? Only 4 even digits. The output is 4. Okay, so the way of writing a program is changing, guys. The way of writing a program is changing, but the logic of a program is not changing. This is quite easy and quite useful also. But most of the people will have a problem writing this, correct? But it's not the difficult thing to do it. It's a very simple to think, very simple to do it. But the most of the people are failing to write a functionals properly. Okay, guys, just observe these two blocks. I don't know whether you're practicing or not. I'm just like helpless, right? If you are practicing, please take these two examples into consideration. Just observe this. I'll just give you some time over here. So, okay, so that's it. Basically, a concept of functions. Make sure that have a good practice. Okay, so I'm sure you will get very good knowledge on the programming. Okay, if you just do the practice more and more in the functional things. Okay, all right. So that's it, guys. I will see you tomorrow then. Bye. Take care.